Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Hope everybody is well. Who have we got? We've got Boss Blendling in first. We've got Bunny in second, and we just got Stabby in third. Welcome in. You just missed out on the starting scene screen, Stabs. Welcome in. How's everyone doing? Bunny's fast. Good morning. Good morning, Bunny. Good evening, Boss Blendling. And good evening, Stabby. Good afternoon, Stabby. I don't know about everybody else, but where I live on the south coast, it has fucking pissed it down 3 times in a row. Like, it absolutely fucking pissed it down at 1 o'clock. So I waited until about 2:15 to go for my lunch break walk. Came back and it started to piss it down when I got back at like 3:20, and it stopped. And then now, just now at like 4:45, it's absolutely fucking pissed it down again. What the fuck is going on? Like, it can't decide what season it is. Isn't that just England, right? It can be absolutely fucking beaming sunshine, and then it can be absolutely fucking cunting it down within an hour, and then it's fucking sunny again. Strange indeed. But I hope everybody's good. 80 degrees in Kentucky. And what is that in European units? About 26, 27. And is that hot enough to cook the chicken? Yeah. Where's this guy? He doesn't have a disappearing, so I think he's in the bargain chapter, so I think we need to ignore him for now. $26 Celsius here. Yeah, I thought it would be around about that. High 20s. But yeah, still pretty hot, depending on the wind. Because where I am at the moment, it's like 16 degrees-ish. Sometimes it's 13, sometimes it's 17. So it's like 15 degrees-ish, which is fine for walking around in just a t-shirt. But, you know, if it gets below 13, it's, you need a jacket. But the wind means that it can say it's 16, but it feels like it's much colder. And it reminds me of this fucking meme, and I can't find it. I will find it one of these days. But this guy is like, I was checking the weather and it says it feels like something. It's like, what the fuck do you mean? It's like this it's like this temperature, but it feels like 10. What the fuck you mean it feels like 10? If that's what it feels like, then that's what it is. I ain't never heard of no shit that wasn't what it was. And he can't. He's trying to explain how fucking annoying it is when the weather report tells you the temperature, but there's a fucking 20-mile-an-hour wind that's making it feel about 7 to 8 degrees colder. Right, who on the old crew manifest? Yeah, I'm really confused at that guy. Because the guy who's the bosun was torn apart by a beast. But this guy whose arm is missing was confirmed as torn apart by the beast. But this guy, who is the bosun's mate, who is a Frenchman, that this guy refers to, and people tell him that his mate has been torn apart, wasn't torn apart by the beast. I'm really not sure. Really not sure. We don't know what happened to the helmsman was taken away by the beast. He fell overboard. He didn't fall over, but he was kind of picked up. Emily Jackson and Miss Jane Burr we don't know about. Ship's steward. The first mate steward. So the first mate is this guy. First memory was being here. Kira, welcome in. How's it going? Enjoy your daily bread. Just popping in briefly. Oh, nice to see you. I hope wherever it is you're off to, you have a nice time. Oh, so is that his steward? No, it's Brennan. That's Brennan. No, we know all these people are.
You bastards may take exactly what I give you.
Thanks. We sort out food for the dogs and fish and nothing exciting. Oh well, there you go. Well, I hope everybody enjoys their meals. So yeah, this guy was the first mate, and then so does it tell us? No.
Captain, open the door.
Open the door. So where? So yeah, the fourth mate steward. See, a lot of them were at that oh. Oh, actually, I mean, yeah, he would. Maybe his mate would be standing next to him.
Hok Seng Lao, you have been found guilty by self-confession of the murder of Nunzio Pasquale.
How did we figure out this guy was Nicholas Botterill? because he's not dressed like a topman.
As captain of this ship,
He's
and
wearing
by
the same
authority
shirt.
of the East India Company, and thus the Crown of England, I sentence you to death by
Yeah, that's an Edward Nichols.
line.
Yeah, that's his steward. Yeah, so this guy,
Mr. Wolf, when you are ready.
Right, sir.
I think this guy's steward. So it's like a figure out how they all perished. I don't know much about this game. Yes, so it's a murder mystery where every time I see a corpse, I can use my magic stopwatch to jump to the moment they died or how they were killed, because sometimes we see the fatal blow or whatever the fatal strike was, whatever the thing that caused them to die happening. So we see how they died and we see who was in the area when they died. And there's sometimes people in the area that are doing unrelated things, but it gives away who they are. So sometimes the memories will have information like the captain here was addressing this person. Hoksang Lao. So we know that this guy is Hoksang Lao, and he was shot with a gun by Henry Brennan because he was shot by this guy. This guy. Because, as you can see, these guys all miss. This guy just misses. This guy just misses, and this guy just misses. But Brennan, bang on. But Brennan was the one that pulled the trigger that actually killed this guy. So he was shot by a firing squad, but Brennan was the guy that pulled the trigger that actually killed him. So yes, you've got to piece together each one. So this guy is the fourth mate. This guy, I presume, is probably the fourth mate's steward. Like that. You don't know who this guy is. Yep. So he's the steward to that guy, which means this guy is the steward to this guy. Yeah. LSTFG, why do some people do everything they can just to get out of doing their goddamn jobs? Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Sometimes you come across somebody that will make more effort to get out of doing something than just fucking doing the thing. Like, the amount of fucking hoops they jump through to avoid doing something. It's like, just fucking do the thing. It isn't that bad. Like, the fuck? There'll be one part of it that they dislike on a personal level, and they'll come up with every excuse they can. And also, during this moment, the captain refers to Mr. Wolf when you are ready. Mr. Wolf is the one giving the firing order. But this guy was Mr. Wolf. And he had his head blasted clean off with a fucking cannon. Just had to send multiple emails and jump through hoops just to get the guy to say, I'll see what I can do. Like, motherfucker, why did you even not do it to begin with? Yeah. my eyes. Sorry, Mo. Welcome back. Welcome in. Good to see you, dude. Yeah, the game is a little bit hard on the eyes. I'm not gonna lie. I like the presentation, but yeah, it can be a little bit hard on the eyes at times. You killed my brother. And you might find a motherfucker, but I've already dropped a motherfucker when he continues to refuse to do his job. Yeah, and like I've been mentioning, chat, my fucking physical health has been so bad for so long that my mental health is fucked now. And everyone I've spoken to, all my friends and stuff, have said, yeah, like when you go to the doctors, you've got to fucking kick off or they won't do anything. You have to kick off. I'm like, oh, I don't want to do it, but yeah. It was fucking stupid. After like fucking 5-6 months of doing tests and taking different medications, doctor was like, right, so we'll do this and we'll do this and we'll do this. I was like, okay. And just got up and went to leave, and she was like, we will find out what's wrong. And I just stared at her for like a good 5 seconds, like looking at her like, obviously you fucking won't, and just left. Because I've told this woman, this doctor, I've told them like probably about 8 times that my mental health is so fucking shit right now. Like, I have to fucking argue with myself about fucking just getting out of bed in the morning every fucking morning. I have to argue with myself about not falling into a slump and fucking bullying myself into not being a miserable fuck. But yeah, I've just been so physically fatigued for such a long time. I'm so fucking tired. I just want to be able to sleep through the night. And, where's that corpse? Just want to be able to sleep through the night and maybe lose a bit of weight. Be able to fucking breathe properly, maybe occasionally go for a jog on the treadmill at the gym. How many corpses do you have left to resolve? So we found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It gets really hard to count. 36 fates. So we found the fate of 36 people. Out of about 60. Yeah, I've got a screenshot of it, but I think there was somebody sleeping with a very specific sword. And I think at the end of the last stream, I was going through all the memories that I could to see the swords that were being used. I think it should become a law that everyone has the ability to utilize a rage room free of charge at least one time every 4 months. Yeah, I mean, I think like rage rooms are good, but I think like rewarding yourself for rage is not the right approach. I get it. I 100% get it. Like there are times when I've like taken an inanimate object and just beat the fucking daylights out of it because I'm so fucking stressed and I know I can't allow that to happen to a person, you know? So a chair will get absolutely fucking demolished until I've got barely any skin left on the fucking knuckles of my hands. And that's a problem. It's a massive problem. Like it's a fucking huge flaw in my character is how stressed I get. And part of it is biological and chemical. My body obviously either produces too much cortisol or doesn't metabolize cortisol very well, or maybe both. And therefore I become just incensed with rage sometimes. And I have to manage it. And meditation helps. And I think that meditating is a much better way to deal with stress once you have it. But obviously the most important way of, the most pertinent and the most, the best way of dealing with stress is just to not allow it to happen in the first place. And that's all stuff that I've done. Like I say, it's a massive character flaw of mine. So I've done the reading about like clocking that something's going to be stressful before you start doing it. And when it starts to become stressful, understanding that that's part of it and you should have expected this. And also understanding when you're starting to feel the initial stages of stress and then stepping away from something really quickly and only briefly can sometimes be enough to just not allow it to ever get to a stage where it's a problem. But life has a funny way of putting you into situations where, every now and again there'll be a human being that's just antagonizing you and it happened at school and it happened, a couple of times in life. But a kid will antagonize, at school, a kid will antagonize me for like the entire year. And eventually I'll be having a bad day and they'd start winding me up and I'd be like, fuck off. And they're like, woo, and I'd fucking slap them. They're like, oh my God, you hit someone, you can't hit someone. I'm like, I'm sorry, that kid has been fucking winding me up all fucking year and you have done nothing about it. And the teachers got all fucking flustered and they all got their backs up. It's like, you can't tell us how to run the school, you're just a child. And I was like, oh, fuck you. I didn't say that because I was just a child. In my head, I was like, oh, fuck you. You ain't my fucking friend. You ain't going to fucking help me. You and every other fucking adult, apart from my parents, couldn't give a fuck about me. But my parents obviously cared about me, which is, I'm very fortunate for. But yeah, I remember how fucking little the teachers did. And yeah, by the time I was fucking 17, 18, I was a fucking piece of work, Something pissed me off. Just fucking smashed it to pieces. And it wasn't good, it was a bad way to be. And there are fucking idiots in the fucking manosphere, red pill fucking podcast space. They're like, oh, anger is good, it's a natural feeling, you should allow it to. No, it's not. It's a terrible feeling. You feel like the red mist descends over your fucking consciousness and then you do something really fucking stupid. You don't even realize you've done it until afterwards. It's fucking stupid. Meditate the stress away. It's not worth it. It'll give you a fucking heart attack. It's not rewarding. It's to vent, to remove and stress. Yeah, but like I say, I think that you're creating an activity that's fun to get rid of your stress, and so in a subconscious kind of like in an indirect way, you are kind of rewarding yourself for stress. And I think that exercising is also using your body. And even though you're not using it to smash something to pieces, I think exercise and the sort of like the way it gets energy out of your body, I think that can help with frustration as well. So yeah, I think gym membership, I think a basic gym membership, there should be gyms like everywhere. There should be free, like basic public gyms everywhere. They should be all over the place. Because yeah, working people should be able to have access to a fucking gym. So in the winter, people can actually do some exercise, because it's fucking bonkers how, like, oh shit, it's fucking bonkers how many people out there work all year round without ever raising their heart rate above jogging up the stairs at the train station. That's it. Because by the time you're 50, you know, you haven't used your body physically properly for years, and it starts to degrade, and you know, you'll never get it back. If you don't use it, you lose it, right? Same with your brain. So yeah, I mean, I'm not great at exercise at the moment because of long COVID, but I still go for a walk every day, you know, and I still try and do something. Like I play golf on Sundays, went to the driving range last night to practice golf. So I try and do something, you know, even though I can't really physically do much because I can't breathe properly. And my whole body is bloated up like crazy because of sleep apnea, and my brain doesn't work because of sleep apnea. Yeah, like, you've got to try and do something. Because, yeah, problem is, playing golf is a source of stress. This is the thing. Like, it's an activity, but that's a stressor, and this is it. Like, you need to do something that's fun, that isn't stressful. So, video games can be stressful. Golf can be stressful. Watching films and media and stuff like that isn't necessarily stressful inherently. It can be, but it's rare. It's rare that a film would stress you out too much. But yeah, you know, like saying like that classic movie, dude, gaming is my therapy. You fucking piece of shit. It's so true. Pellis, welcome in, dude. So I saw your message a second ago. Sorry, I was mid-rant. I apologise. Problem is, some things don't work for others. For me, the most cathartic thing I did was smash part of the decking with a sledgehammer. Dad was removing the decking and to redo it, so I asked if I could give it a go. Yeah, working in demolition and doing tear-outs. Yeah. That's a good one. Like when you can just tear every fitting out of a building. Even the window, like, sometimes even the fucking windows. Smashing windows out and smashing up old iron bathtubs to bring downstairs and stuff. Yeah. That can be quite fun, but you gotta make sure you wear your safety goggles, because when you fucking hit something with a hammer, bits of it can flick off and get you in the eyes. It's not fun. Do not watch The Pit if you want to de-stress. Fair enough. Okay, I will try and avoid that one if I'm stressed. But yeah, this is the thing, chat, is that stress is something that I've had to struggle with my entire life, and the thing that I've learned is that because I've normalized being stressed, like, whereas most people are at a 0 and it takes a bunch of stuff to get them to a 10 where they fucking flip out and lose their composure, there are weeks where I'm at a 6.5, 7 the whole time. And that's why I can't sleep. That's why I fucking don't feel very well. That's why I can't lose weight. That's why, yeah. That's why I'm bloated. That's why my face is all fucking puffy. It's cortisol, and it's because I have this baseline of stress that's way too high, which is what makes me suspect that my body doesn't metabolize cortisol very well. And I haven't really had a chance, and I have, you know, continued to forget to read into cortisol metabolism. Metabolism, but still metabolism. The metabolic process of breaking down cortisol once it's no longer needed. And making sure my body is equipped with all the vitamins and minerals that are important for the part and process of breaking down cortisol. Because yeah, like, I can sit there and meditate for like 12 minutes and just not say a word and just take really fucking deep breaths until I've basically stopped thinking about anything other than being conscious of the floor. And, you know, I can feel what the floor feels like to sit on, and I can feel my chest rising and falling, but that's it. I've literally tuned everything else out. But yeah, like, I can't always do that. What I need to do is stop the stress building up. And I'm fucking terrible. I'm fucking terrible for two things when it comes to stress. I carry stress from one thing to the other. Like I say, I don't break down the cortisol enough. So I carry the stress from one thing that might have happened a couple of days ago into something that happened, you know, the next day or the day after that. And the other thing is when somebody like gets in the way or is just annoying me, in my head I'm like thinking through how I would argue with that person about why they're wrong, and I shouldn't do it because actually that generates stress in my body. Me going through an argument in my head that didn't even happen just because somebody pissed me off, that's making myself stressed for no fucking reason, because that argument hasn't and may never actually happen. So yeah, I need to stop doing that, basically. Really good show, but I feel like I'm working the shift with them. Do you ever get that feeling that something is wrong when you're not stressed? I do worry that I've forgotten something. Like when I'm not thinking, like, ooh, when I sit down and I think, when I feel like I have nothing to do, I feel like I'm missing something. Because a lot of the time when I'm sitting down chilling and just playing a video game, whatever, and I finish the video game, I turn my computer, I get up and I look over, and there's a bunch of washing in the washing machine that I didn't put the powder and the softener in, and click the start button. You know, or I go to the fucking bedroom and I haven't changed the bed. Or I go to the bathroom and there's a bunch of cleaning product I left on something that's now dried up, and I have to get it wet with a fucking J-cloth to clean it off. I've forgotten something, you know? So yeah, I do sometimes worry that I've forgotten something. And I'm also really shit at forgetting I need to do something and then sitting down and then semi-relaxing and then realizing, oh shit, I need to do that, and getting up, which is really bad for stress as well. Like sitting down and be like, oh, right, I'm going to watch that episode of something on YouTube that I've been meaning to watch for 6 weeks. Oh, for fuck's sake, I need to take the fucking rubbish out. So I get up and I do that, and I sit back down. I'm like, oh, fuck, the cat's just used their litter box. It's going to stink up the flat. Got to do that. Got to do that. And then when I fucking go in the bathroom, oh, fuck, I need to go get some fucking bleach for the toilet because it's all fucking stained and it's getting a bit fucking yellow. So I go to the shop and I come back and, oh, fuck, I needed cream because I was going to have strawberries and cream for dessert for after dinner, and the strawberries are already sat there in the sugar waiting to be fucking eaten, so I have to do that soon, otherwise they'll go all fucking mouldy. So I go to the fucking shop again and come back, and then by the time I get back, it's already fucking 2 hours after the time I planned to have a bath and go to bed. And I fucking go to bed late, and I wake up the next day, and I'm like, ah, fuck. Yeah. Due to anxiety. Sometimes I'll be sat there and my brain goes, something bad's going to happen. Yeah, that's exactly it. Made me realize just how much stress I've been carrying out without realizing it. Yeah, this is it. Is that when you're at a baseline of like 5 or 6 on the stress scale, the normal things that are just part of life that are stressful, they're going to send you over the edge, and it's annoying. But yeah. In Star Trek, when those 2 characters, they get cigarettes, and they're highly addictive to their species. They spark a cigarette and like I can smoke it, and it's like, he says, it's as if I've been standing up my whole life and I just sat down. It's like, holy shit, man, that is a cigarette right there. That is what a cigarette is. It feels like you've been standing up your entire life and you just sat down. It's like, oh, fuck. Because that's another thing that's interesting that I read into when I was giving up smoking, is how much of smoking we invent ourselves. Like, it's a substance and your body will get used to having it, and when you take it away, your body will react. But the habitual and social nature that we build, and the social architecture we build upon this addiction, the same way we do with alcohol, it's fucking crazy how much we attach to things that we're addicted to because of the addiction, which is something I have read about. But yeah, like the way that throughout your working life, a cigarette is a cheeky little break from your job, and you subconsciously like drive that into your mind that when you're stressed, you need to take a break and have a cigarette. And I remember when I stopped smoking, I would do a whole shift without taking any little breaks throughout the day, and it was genuinely quite an adjustment to make. Because yeah, everyone would fuck off for a cigarette every so often. I was just standing there still working, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm saving money not buying cigarettes, but I'm still getting paid the same as these motherfuckers that are fucking off to smoke one every 25 minutes. What the fuck? Every 20 minutes these fuckers are outside having a cigarette. So I ended up like trying to find jobs where the manager didn't smoke. And I remember in an interview they were like, do you have any questions? I was like, yeah, this is going to sound a bit weird, but I gave up smoking a while ago, and I've noticed that when I work somewhere where the manager smokes, everybody's allowed to go for a cigarette break basically almost whenever they want. Does the manager smoke? and you know how many of the staff smoke, and they're like, oh, I don't know. And the thing is, when the interviewer didn't smoke, they were like, yes, so the manager does smoke. People do go out for cigarette breaks. That's how we handle this. This is how they handle it. But yeah, when someone doesn't smoke, they're like, yeah, no, yeah, yeah. And they get it straight away. So yeah, I would actively look for jobs where the manager or the majority of the staff didn't smoke, you know. And like, I remember I did have one job where like, the guy was like, do you want to go for a quick fag break before it gets busy? I was like, yeah, sure. So I just went and stood outside for like 7 minutes. I went and stood outside for 7 minutes and came back. He was like, right, I'm going to go for one now. And for weeks, fucking weeks and weeks, the guy had no idea. And luckily he laughed it off. Luckily he was like, so you don't smoke? He was like, yeah. I was like, you've been going for fag breaks every fucking day. And I was like, yeah, well, I just take a quick break, you know. And he was like, you know, you could have just told me. At first he was pissed, but then he was like, you could have just told me. But yeah, I'd nip out the back of the kitchen and just stand there for like 6 or 7 minutes and then come back in. And he was like, have you got a spare one? I was like, no, that was my last one, mate. That was my last one. Yeah, how did this guy die? Disappeared during the Doom. A lot of people disappeared during the Doom, didn't they? Yeah, a lot of disappearances. But this just sound like the ADHD memes. I need to do the dishes. Oh, hey, the bin's full. Need to take them out. Oh, hey, the bin bags. Need to go to the shop to get someone. Oh, yeah, there's something I need to buy. And oh, yeah, but I'll buy it. But okay, I need to eat now. No plates. I have to wash it. Yeah, this is it. Is you end up in this fucking vicious cycle of like the initiation of about 17 different tasks that are all somehow intrinsically linked. And yeah, it was represented really, really well in Malcolm in the Middle. Where Hal, is his name Hal? I think it is. That's the father figure. I think his name might be Hal. He sees something and then he goes to the garage, and the garage is the light bulb, and then the fucking door won't open. There's like several things in a row, and like then his wife comes in and says, hey, can you do this? He's like, what do you think I'm doing? Like, because there's like several steps that nobody knows about. So yeah, it's classic. It's classic. Your Fitz, welcome in, dude. How's it going? How are you enjoying season 3? I haven't had a chance to play Golmud Railway. I played the fuck out of it on 4, obviously, but apparently it's a bit different in 6. It's shite. Yeah. Yeah. No, I jumped into Battle Royale duos. Initiation duos wasn't working. So I had to do real duos, and I got to second. I did get to second. But yeah, we had a bunch of matches where we like 23rd and 25th. It was like didn't even fucking get a look in because there's 100 people, but in squads of 2, it's fucking insane. Just kidding. But they fucked up the hit reg, so it's kind of bad right now. Well, the thing is, the recoil has changed, so a lot of guns aren't going to feel the same. The hit reg has always been kind of wonky anyway. But yeah, like I've seen a lot of clips. I'm not saying you would, but I've seen a lot of clips of people where they're firing on an enemy and they don't realise that the reticle is like the dot stays where it stays, but the gun is jumping a lot more. Is it actually fucked? Because I was still able to hit stuff. Last night. The TTK feels a bit longer. I've definitely not fired enough bullets, and that happened the last time they changed the TTK. Hit some, but not all. Maybe that's part of the recoil that they're trying, because I think the spread might be a bit worse. Sounds like a skill issue. Yeah, because I mean, the thing is, I deleted the clip because I know what happened. I clip when I die when I'm playing the game. I also figured out what my frame rate might be because I have the NVIDIA recording thing on in the background, because it creates really clean, crisp-looking clips. It records really clean footage, which is good for making content. So that's maybe why my frames aren't quite as good as yours. But yeah, there were a handful of times where, like, I feel like the server must have been struggling, and it's just suddenly just updated. And I think that happens. They said they were going to fix it, but I feel like there's this issue where like you'll be shot at by somebody and they'll hit you, and it's like you can't. It's not like it's like it's one long sort of chunk of bullet sounds all like landing at once, and then the damage card comes up, and it's a gun that doesn't fire that quickly. But it's because they were firing on you and you didn't get the fucking damage notification until half a second too late. So then it the reconciliation, it just catches up and it lands all those shots, which is why sometimes people were fucking like with like a gun that's like like the KTS. When the KTS is like but it has no recoil, so it's controllable. It's like it fires like that. But I'd be like and die, and I was like, what the fuck was that? Was that the CZ? No, the KTS. It doesn't fire that quickly. But it's because a bunch of bullets weren't fucking registered. Bite me, bruv. Time and place I had airflow to your shins. Felt wrong all night last night to me. Then this morning on Reddit I found a post where someone had tested it because they all said something was off and yet it's fucked. Several people in the comments were confirming it. So someone's done some testing, okay? Because yeah, a few people have been in the firing range and like been and just full auto without really controlling the recoil, and they're like, yeah, this gun is completely broken now. And it's like, no, you just need to tap fire. You need to tap fire. But yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I was able to fucking like get someone. Although, where was it? Oh, this definitely a bullet definitely registered afterwards. So not this, but he's cruel to his mate. That definitely, maybe the shot that I fired there, maybe that actually connected with his head, but I feel like the hit marker was obviously a little bit late. So I feel like that was the internet being a bit wonky with me. But yeah, like in terms of like movement and in terms of like, I mean, this gun, it was an SMG, so it fires really quickly, but I heard this guy coming. But it does take a bit longer to kill people, I feel. He's there. So I knife his mate just in case I die, so my friend's only got one person to deal with. Jumped over and blasted the guy in the face. He crouched, which means his entire body fitted inside the reticle. I was like, well, you know, I get that you're trying to crouch out of fire, but that means just all of the bullet spread, all of the spray is now going to hit you rather than when you're standing upright. Some bullets can go either side of you, but yeah. But yeah, shots were connecting a little bit. I don't listen to idiots. It also happened, Crum, someone wanted the raw file from the Canada field picture I took because they have a hard time believing it's not. Oh, I see. Sadly, I can't provide them because my name is permanently attached to the raw from the mess data. Not really comfortable, but yeah, exactly, yeah, for sure. Someone asked if AI for responsiveness at one point. I went full on, no, I'm autistic, not artificial. Yeah. This is the thing. This is what I say, is that I don't need AI to I don't need ChatGPT or AI. I have a bunch of autistic people in my Twitch community who I fucking love, because if I need to know something, I guarantee one of them knows it. Like, one of them knows a surprisingly large amount about it. And I can just ask them. Like, it's cool. Like, I have my own, like, hive mind, large language model. Like, if I have a question about tanks, I'm fine, you know? If I have a question about cameras, I'm fine. If I have a question about the Netherlands and Sweden and Swiss culture and stuff, I'm fine. But I don't think Krill's autistic, but yeah. But yeah, I have a group of people in my chat that are like really autistic, so like they have like a huge amount of knowledge. So if I have a question, I just ask chat. Asking fine with an unedited version in JPEG. I ain't going to download some third-party app because some geezer on Reddit thinks everything is like, yeah, whatever. Just let them fucking think it. Prefer Chat TTV over Chat GPT. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. But yeah, no, I noticed the TTK was a bit longer. And I also noticed that shot where I jumped across and fired, and there was a slight disconnect. I did fire a shot when he was there, and I was aiming at him, but it didn't register the hit until a split second later. But yeah. Adam, welcome in. How's it going? Who is this? All good, hope everyone is well. Yeah, very well, thanks. Very well. Worst comes to worst, we can misinform you for free and not destroy the environment in the process. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Because somebody was like, why are you using generative AI, like image stable diffusion to make pictures of stuff? Then it costs like, it uses like, 8 fucking swimming pools of water and like, a few thousand watts. Give me a coffee and a Twix and I'll knock up something way better, It's like human beings are like, when it comes to being like creative, like painting and sketching and drawing, and obviously you have to train a lot, but then once you've trained something, it stops. Once you've trained a human being, the energy requirements are fucking like crazy. Like there's loads of artists that are living off noodles and fucking bread, because art is terrible at paying the bills. Unfortunately, it shouldn't be, but it is. Whereas these AIs, they cost an absolute fortune and take loads of energy and resources to train, and then even once they're trained, they don't do a great job, and they continue to be really inefficient. So it's like, just fucking pay a human being, dudes. Remove my name from the metadata from the JPEG for people that wanted that in full res, because it's just a matter of going to the properties and removing it with the author, but can't remove author in the metadata that easily. Yeah, I'm not too. I don't know if there's still a tool for cloning, because I remember back in the day, someone did show me a program that would clone a RAW and remove like everything, and I think it was for distribution purposes. I think it was because metadata would sometimes include the owner of the camera, which was registered in the software when you first buy the camera. When you apply for the warranty, you have to register it as like a model number and SKU and everything. And that contains, so pictures taken with that camera will have that person's, details. But yeah, there was something for creating a RAW from a RAW, and basically it was taking all of the stuff that isn't metadata, all of the actual raw pixel values, and then simulating a camera taking that picture, and then giving you a RAW that you then had to go in and add some metadata manually to make it work because if it didn't have any metadata. Sometimes Photoshop was like, well, what the fuck's this? It's not actually a RAW file. You're trying to run fucking arbitrary code in Photoshop, so we're not going to allow it, but yeah. ChatGPT is only good for finding sources of info or helping with ideas like shit. At one point, one of my courses was write a report on the topic not many people know about computer science. So I asked ChatGPT, give me a few ideas, because it last gave me some decent ones, like the first ever virus. Okay. People live off you, damned cannibals. But yeah, I remember there was a court case, and somebody had a photograph they took when something was happening at a certain time, and the metadata lined up with the sort of time and date of that thing happening. You know, it was what's the word? It was confirmed. Yeah, confirmed, I suppose. I'm thinking of a different word, but yeah, confirmed by several other pieces of CCTV footage showing people that were in the picture traveling to that location on that day. Shortly before but they somebody found out the metadata had been tampered, and the picture was actually taken by somebody else's phone, but somebody had tampered with the metadata to make it seem like it was taken by the phone that they were searching. So somebody had tried to create an alibi by making a photo that somebody else took appear as if it was taken on their phone, but they could tell that the metadata had been tampered, because even though the metadata is a set of values that are created, there's stuff that's created when it's entered as the metadata in the background that isn't presented to the end user. And when you change it with a tool, it doesn't align with the stuff that was created, you know, that you can't see. But yeah, they looked at the metadata and it said it was taken by this phone that they were searching, but it wasn't. They almost got away with it. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember tools for editing the metadata. You could make it sound like the picture was taken by, you know, some celebrity or whatever. There's a reason I told my camera to include my name as the author in the metadata, just in case some company tries to steal my picture without paying me. Exactly, dude. This is the thing. Like, as the internet's come along, it's like you want to upload your work so people can see your work, and you can, like, you know, have it kind of peer reviewed to a degree. Because I think that, you know, whenever I meet young kids that are getting into photography or painting or whatever, they're like, I don't want to upload it because I'm embarrassed or whatever. It's like, you need to get comfortable with embarrassment. Like, if you're going to be a creative, you have to inhibit the embarrassment. You have to be able to overcome the cringe. And I know that sounds weird and based, but no, you have to genuinely, as a creative person, you have to get past that kind of awkwardness. And you have to understand that if you're doing something that you love, it doesn't matter, like, if you feel awkward or whatever, you're compelled to do it. Like, you know, and I remember, like, uploading the artwork I made at college to the internet and on DeviantArt. And I was like, oh, people are going to hate on it. No one's going to even bother. But then I ended up, like, making a bunch of friends on DeviantArt, some of which I kept in contact with a long time after DeviantArt was no longer really a site that I visited a lot. Even after I moved away from it and social media kind of took over. But yeah, slowly but surely, unfortunately, when I moved from MySpace to Facebook, I lost a bunch of them because they were MySpace friends from DeviantArt. And there were, like, you know, several thousand people on my MySpace that I couldn't be bothered to copy them over. So I just kind of started again with Facebook. Used to love DeviantArt. Well, this is the thing, is that Instagram wasn't where everybody posted their artwork, because we had DeviantArt. There was no Instagram, and we had DeviantArt. And DeviantArt was a platform, like a social media, a platform built for artwork to be, you know, and it had all kinds of various different quirks and nuances and frameworks and structures as a platform that made it work as somewhere where and it's still around today from what I remember. I can still log into it, I think. But yeah, like, because all of the eyeballs are on Instagram, it's kind of where you've got to put your artwork, because initially, before Instagram turned to shit, Instagram was like the perfect solution to artists who wanted to have a web page they could give to people to show them their artwork, but didn't want to pay for hosting, or, you know, maybe not pay for designing, because the thing is, artists could usually design a website. They could come up with a concept and design and make all the sort of artwork for it. They just needed somebody to code it, and obviously you just pay someone to code it. But yeah, when Instagram came along, you could create an image carousel in an afternoon of 20 of your best works and a catchy little username. And you could just email everybody this username, say, this is my profile, this is the artwork I do, if you're interested, let me know. Boom. So you had a presence online as an artist. It was really fucking useful. But then, yeah, Facebook took over and made it about fucking reels and fucking algorithms and trends, and just completely fucked it from, like, an artist perspective. But it did go algorithm, I think it went algorithmic, and you couldn't organize your timeline chronologically anymore, because it used to be chronological, right? So it used to be about the time you posted your artwork, but then it changed to, like, showing me stuff that I wasn't following, and also it wasn't chronological anymore, so I couldn't see my friends' work because it was buried under fucking, like, 600 posts from other people. And at first I was like, look at all this cool artwork I'm discovering. Look at all these cool artists I'm finding out about. But then I realized I hadn't seen any of my friends' work in like a year. And I was like, this sucks. Anyway, we do have an ad break coming up. It's going to start in a second. I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. You guys know the drill. I'll be right back. Instagram now is not for pictures anymore anyway. They don't even promote pictures anymore without paying them. They only promote their short form videos because they're trying to be TikTok. Yeah, this is it. Do you want to know what's fucking crazy? Is that TikTok wants longer format videos because it's easier to serve ads as a platform if you have longer form videos. So TikTok is trying to make people do longer videos, but longer videos don't really do the views, in my opinion. Instagram is trying to be like fucking TikTok, and fucking YouTube is trying to take shorts that are reels from Instagram. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on, dude? It's like every platform is trying to rip off another platform. They're cannibalizing each other. It's fucking crazy. Losing chronology on the social media has been so painful. Yeah, the algorithms and the way they've forced people into doing things in a certain way, or just doing the same thing over and over again, or finding a way to do something. It's fucked. It's so bad. Anyway, the ad break has started. I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on.
Did you just see that? 3 hits just went straight through him. Nothing but air. Ridiculous. Zelda game. We've got a whole new Zelda game to play.
I've got to fight a modem? Modem used awful noise. It was very effective. So, can we just smash it with a baseball bat or something?
Get fucking stun locked, bozo.
Man. People that help move stuff and they pick up like one tiny thing at a time, it's like, come on, man. Put your back into it. Pick up several things at once. We don't have all day. Nice AI.
Dabby underscore Katsy says bread. Would you rather have a calzone or a matter baby?
Would you rather have a calzone or a matter baby? What's a matter baby? What's the matter?
No! Stop it.
Because YouTube is literally the backbone of YouTube is not getting to the point. That is basically it.
See if the key opens it. Still here. Nazis never found it. Good job, Marcel. I'll see this gets to the right people.
Okay.
That's what I like about these games.
So long, Becca.
Able to do anything. So yeah, I think I might just. Oh yeah, I want to jump off. Why what? Ah. Okay then, game. But yeah, the guy, the soldier guy that throws grenades that don't hurt anybody apart from me. Excuse me. Yeah. Sit down.
Though, where to? Remember? Neither Katya nor Crest have ever met them.
Women are temporary.
Though
Radio
we
is
seem to
forever.
be doing just fine even without them. It's like a middle
Radios
ages.
before hose, am I right?
Excellency
Stop
is
it.
treating people like slaves, getting them killed. I can't believe they had it worse.
Fucking hell.
Without his lies, nonsense, and
Oh,
human
fucking hell.
sacrifices.
Excuse me. Oh dear. Right. Throw your fucking axe. Throw your axe. Come on. Close ground and throw your axe. Come on. Come on. Look, I'm giving you openings to throw your axe. I'm even going to pick up my runes. Throw your axe. Oh, you're so cringe.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. But yes, everything has to be a fucking video now. So, like, you can't just post the photograph. You have to post a video about how you took the photograph. And yeah, the amount of people I know that are very, very skilled at a creative medium, but just have no fucking mental capacity to learn how to edit little catchy little clips together. Yeah. But speaking of Bloodborne, I never thought I would do it. But I got one of these silly little half keyboards that has a bunch of macro keys for me to bind stuff for Battlefield. And other FPS games as well, to be honest. But yeah. But I need some better keycaps. Those keycaps are really square and ugly and uncomfortable. So, but yeah, gaming on one of these is yeah, maybe not the one. These keys are not really designed for gaming. It's a really nice keyboard, but maybe not for gaming. But yeah, like if people saw my setup where I've just got the keyboard on my lap and my mouse is just on the fucking sofa cushion next to me, people would be like, holy shit, that's cursed as fuck. But I'm used to it now, so it's probably really bad for my shoulders, but yeah. But yes, using the chronological order of Instagram and making it algorithmic, because the thing is, like, you can still schedule posts on Instagram, only on the app. I can't do it with the desktop website, which is annoying, but I found that when I post, then this is like a short form content issue for people that in the chat that post short form content. I found that if I post a clip, a video clip on Instagram, using the desktop website version of Instagram, the quality gets compressed more. Whereas if I upload it from my phone, it doesn't compress the video as much. And the thing is, the video is already compressed because it's a fucking Twitch clip. So they compress the fucking shit out of the video anyway. So yeah, I'm like, I have to fucking like download the clip on the desktop. YouTube and TikTok is fine. YouTube and TikTok, I can post the clip and it won't get recompressed or fucked. It looks just generally a bit better on TikTok and YouTube. I can also schedule the posts on YouTube and TikTok on the desktop version, on the website version. But if I want to schedule the post and I want it to be uploaded in the best quality, I have to upload it with my phone to Instagram and schedule it with my phone. Can't schedule it on the website, which is, yeah, really fucking annoying because it's nice to be able to do it all in one go in one place. But yeah, you know, it's a fucking grind, dudes. It's a fucking grind, honestly. I don't know how long I've been at it now, but I've posted on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube a vertical clip every day for fucking 574, like well over a year. Every single fucking day, a clip of some sort. Sometimes with a bit of editing put on there. And they barely ever do 4 figures. And it's such a fucking grind. And I'd love to do something creative and interesting and unique, but I'll be honest, dudes, the amount of times I've spent like a significant amount of time, like 30, 40 minutes, perfectly editing together a sequence of like clips and audios and overlays and stuff to make something kind of unique as a post. And it fucking does like 17 views in 3 days. And I'm like, okay, whatever, you know. But then a fucking clip, like literally a nothing clip, like a clip that I barely even clipped it. I was really unsure about whether I should even clip it, let alone make it vertical, which I just do with the Twitch website and download it. The clip that I make no fucking effort will actually do numbers. And I'm like, you know. And it's bonkers, right? The most popular Battlefield clip I have is me shooting some bots. And everybody hates bot clips, you know. I see so much hate for people posting, and the thing is, it's not because people are like, well, yeah, of course it's a bot clip, because you post a clip of you shooting some bots and you get a bunch of comments saying they're bots, this doesn't count, and that's traction. But no, it isn't. There's a bunch of other comments on there as well. But yeah, that's my most popular like Battlefield clip. And like one of my most popular clips from like gameplay was Cyberpunk. I shot some women in the face, and I was just eating a sandwich. I had a mouthful of food. I was like being a really bad streamer. I had a mouthful of food, and this character was like, I'm sure we can work out some sort of deal. And I just fucking decapitated her with a magnum. Then I walked off and laughed about it. Like, but I couldn't laugh because I had a mouthful of food. But I posted that clip really shortly after that Luigi Mangione guy, really shortly after he shot a CEO. So it kind of caught into that kind of like relevance of like shooting a rich and powerful person, and that became really popular, right? They were like, you did a Luigi, and it sort of like it went into the mainstream of TikTok for a little bit. So it did way more views than normal. But yeah, it's fucking bonkers. Like, they made it algorithmic, and like even when you try and play the algorithm game, it's fucked. So yeah, and like I say, it's breeding an entire generation of artists that they're not really like fully locked in and engaged with the process of doing the art and the medium itself. They're kind of doing everything from a point of view that considers the algorithm. They're like, how can I make pictures of people playing football in a way that will hit in the algorithm? How can I make a song that's super catchy that people will use on Instagram posts and TikTok posts, because that will make it really viral, and therefore it will hit with the algorithm and see the most people. People are making things for the algorithm. They're not making things for the thing. They're not making things because they want to express something. They're fabricating, and it's kind of contrived how they're forcing their creativity through this kind of really narrow lens of like, how can I make this work in the algorithmic world of posting media? And it's super fucking sad. It's really fucking sad. Because yeah, like so many artists have all like, they've all, come on brain, the word. They've all sort of collectively like felt the same way, and they refer to it as like, you know, being a dancing monkey. They're like, I used to make art, but now I just dance on the internet with my art in front of me. That's what I do. That's the formula. Make the art and then dance around it like an idiot. That's how you post on the internet these days. And I'm like, that fucking sucks. Like, yeah, it fucking sucks, you know. And the thing is, even when you fucking play the game and you get a bunch of views and a bunch of likes and a bunch of comments, you still don't get paid. As an artist, you still don't fucking get paid. And I'm like, it's not like we found a way to sort of, you know, demean ourselves, but at least that's helping us get work. It's not. You know, the DMs are just people asking for shit for free. You get DMs from people asking to use your shit, but nobody asks you to make shit. And if they do, they want something really complicated and they want it for nothing, you know. But nothing has changed in terms of earning a living as an artist. We just have to jump around like fucking clowns in little videos, you know. And let's not forget that there are there's an entire like fucking avenue of artistic expression and mediums that don't translate well to the 6-second video format. There's a whole bunch of shit you just cannot fully convey in a 6-second, 7-second, 10-second video. You can't show somebody something accurately and adequately in that short space of time. It takes longer to appreciate the thing that they make. So they're just locked out of this current fucking ecosystem. And yeah, it's fucking shit, man. Fucking pay artists, find art. If you want something, contact artists and buy art from them, dudes, honestly. Excuse me. Such a struggle between actually creating the thing and how you want it, and trying to appeal to the algorithm in hopes it will shine on you on that particular day. Yeah, and then like you've got people that clearly like they're social media influencers. They're not artists, but they're social media influencers who just happen to choose art as their demographic on social media, but they're not artists, you know. And that's a whole kind of that's really difficult for me to stomach, you know, when I see somebody who creates things, but like you feel this insincere. There's a lack of sincerity in how they talk about the work they make, and it's like you don't really like making this shit. You're only doing it because it's like, you know, it hit once and it's continued to hit occasionally since. But you can tell when somebody's jaded and they're just doing it for the clicks, and it's like it's a fucking shame. Tama, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you again for the raid the other day, dude. I think one of your community members, I think, was it Authentic Glee that followed? I don't remember. But yes, one of your community members was very friendly. Yes, that's all right, yeah. Yeah, I think Authentic Glee followed the other day. I appreciate the raid, dude. Thank you. How are you doing? It's good to see you again. I hope you're all good. I hope you're having a good week so far. Love the guy. Yeah, it was really fun chatting to them. Really fun chatting to them. So, Davy Jones is the fourth. I'm sure this guy fell overboard. I'm sure this guy fell overboard. And they disappear in the escape. The loose cargo we're done with. Bit of cold we're done with. Murder we're done with. The calling, we got a couple. Because there's a couple of people. Oh, hang on. Yeah, he was out there in the boat, wasn't he? He was out there in the boat and he got clawed by a terrible beast, so... yeah. But that's confirmed. We know how that guy died. This guy... the only other Russian. And we think he's Russian because he was hanging out with the other Russians playing cards, right? Happy to help. Yeah, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. I mean, fucking raids are fucking everything at the moment. Like, in terms of discoverability and reach, like, I just don't fucking exist. I'm fucking invisible, dudes. You know? And it's not, like, I don't really, like, necessarily need to do anything for numbers in general. I'm not, like, obsessed with numbers and anything, but, like, yeah, it is, like, really difficult to, like, be able to sort of get your stream out there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy must be, because he was smoking a pipe, and he's 47, right? He's number 47. Who is Alexei Toporov? Yeah, so that must be right. Or was he drowned by a beast? Know how you feel? I stream for a hobby. I don't do it often, but it's nice to have a little community of mine. Yeah, for sure. It's nice to have a community of people that you can hang out with and play video games. But yeah, it's just I feel like I'm struggling to do as much for charity, and to do more for charity, you need to grow the community, and to grow the community, you need to play the streaming game. And I don't really want to play the streaming game. I want to play video games. I don't want to be fucking manipulating who and what I am and what the stream is for the sake of the algorithm, you know. And like here I am talking about how it's fucking terrible that there's so many artists out there that, you know, because they've refused to fucking, you know, manipulate themselves for the sake of the algorithm, they suffer creatively. Here I am, you know, suffering creatively, you know, getting close to the end. I think we're at 36 people solved. About halfway, but welcome inside, Psycho. It's good to see you again. Seem to be doing well, though. I only got 125 followers, baby stream. I choose not to be affiliate, though, as I'm not in it for the money. Yeah, and, like, the thing is, like, following, you know, the amount of followers doesn't really matter, you know. Like, I see a bunch of people that are, you know, they're partnered, but they've only got fucking, you know, 1,100 followers, right? And then I see someone with, like, 37K, and they're not partnered, you know? Following is, like, really, really sort of, you know, random. It doesn't really mean anything. Especially not when, like, I see people that have like 170 followers that started streaming a week ago, already averaging 50 people, you know. But, you know, good for them. You know, they're obviously doing something right. But yeah, this is it. There's so many metrics attached to Twitch that I've just had to fucking disconnect myself from because, like I say, they're fucking massively arbitrary in the grand scheme of things. There's so many things that aren't quantified that I think are really fucking important. And there's so many things that are quantified and so many metrics that are derived from those quantifications that I think are completely fucking pointless. Like, if you have somebody that has a bunch of people that spam the same fucking joke every single time something happens in a video game, they get lots of chat messages, right? That's not a thriving community with conversation at all. You know, it's just everybody spamming the same fucking emojis and the same fucking joke every time something happens, right? There's no conversation there. There's no conversation whatsoever. They might get 700 fucking messages a minute, 700 chats a minute, but none of it is conversation. So it doesn't really matter, right? It's like, you know, if it's not a conversation, I don't really care, you know? So yeah. You do so much as is, dude. Raising 350 on top of that is incredible. Yeah, we're up to 350. I'm going to leave it up there for May. I think I'll leave it up there for May. We can't raise money all the time because I like to make it a bit of an event. But yeah, I want to leave it up for the rest of May, and then we've got November down the other end of the year to do. Imagine having 50 people watching. That'd be nice. Well, yeah. I mean, there have been streams. And people like don't get it, like how I don't. Some people freak out, but I just don't. Like it's to me, it's pretty much the same. Like it doesn't really make a difference if there's 500 people here, or 50, or 10. You know, doesn't really to me. Doesn't really because I don't think of it. I have all the numbers turned off and everything. So I don't think of it. Like I'm going purely off of the vibe. So I only really know like when it's quiet that I'm having a bad one. That's all I really know. And I get a little email afterwards and it shows me and everything, but can't really draw much information from it, to be honest. Because, yeah, the numbers all over the fucking place. The line goes up and down like crazy, and I'm just like, whatever. You know, what more can I do, you know? I can't generate a stimulating conversation for 6 hours straight because I'm just not that good. So, like, sorry, you know? But the truth of the matter is, not to be fucking cynical, but the one metric they don't really highlight and talk about a lot because they don't want people to think that they're obsessed with it is sub revenue. And I'm sorry, I hate to be cynical, but any creator who's like, you know, under 100 viewers will probably in confidence, you know, in private, in confidence, would probably agree that if you don't bring in sub revenue, you ain't fucking going anywhere. Like nobody is going viral for free anymore. Same with social media. Nobody is going viral for free anymore. You absolutely have to be an earner of some sort for the platform. Otherwise, you are not allowed to grow and succeed. You're just not. And I know that sounds really cynical and really copy, but I'm sorry. People need to fucking wake up. Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Kick, all of these platforms, right? They are ventures that are designed to make money. I'm sorry, that's how the business, we live in a capitalistic world, that's how business ventures work. They need to make money. And if they don't, they wouldn't exist. We've had so many economic crashes, so many economic downturns and instabilities. If something doesn't make money, it doesn't exist. Amazon would not allow it to exist if it didn't make money. And I know it doesn't make a lot of money, and it operates on a very thin margin, but it has to make money somehow. And this is the problem, is that when the platform struggles, I'm not going to say which one, but when a platform, any platform, struggles to make enough money, they suddenly become ruled by the people that make the most money. They suddenly become completely and utterly directed and controlled by the people on that platform that bring in the most money. And that is why YouTube is why it is the way it is. It's why Instagram is the way it is. It's why Twitch is the way it is. It's just why the internet and platforms are the way they are. Is that if they're not able to fucking get data or money or money, then you don't really fucking matter to them. And you have to come to that conclusion. You have to come to terms with that. You have to be comfortable with that. Like, I know that I'm not what Twitch wants. I know they don't like me as a creator. I know that because I don't do what they want. I don't play the game. I stream because I enjoy it. I stream because I love it, you know? And this is the thing, right? I wear my fucking, like, you know, lack of growth, like, as a badge of honor, because you can tell I'm doing this shit because I love it, you know? I'm not getting paid to do this. I'm not growing. I'm not fucking getting any popularity or anything. I have to work incredibly fucking hard just to exist, you know? But I do it. I do it because I fucking love it. I love doing this. I love playing video games and talking with you guys about them. It's such a catharsis for me to be able to have these moments in video games that are like, holy shit, as a medium of entertainment, video games are so fucking amazing. So fucking amazing. And to be able to share that with some people that are like-minded is such a fucking blessing. And the rest of it, everything else that goes along with it, can quite frankly get fucked. I'm sick and fucking tired of how much fucking good there is in the world when it comes to enjoying creative forms of media. There's always got to be some fucking angle. There's always got to be some fucking price tag hanging off of it. I'm fucking sick of it. Absolutely sick of it. And I'm sorry, I'm really fucking upset and depressed at the moment because of my health. So I am ranting a little bit, but yeah. Like, just fucking do the shit because you love it, man. Don't be a fucking tourist. You know, if your heart isn't in something, fuck off and find something else, because I'm sorry. There's way too many people doing way too many things their heart just isn't in it. It's just a fucking good earner. It's just a nice little earner on the side. And I'm just like, yeah, we don't need people like that in the creative spaces. Not just streaming. Anyway. It's just bots made of flesh. Bots made of flesh, yeah, pretty much. So if people want to watch, they're watching. Don't worry about it. When it gets quiet, yeah, just enjoy the vibe. My anxiety talking. I feel like confidence is getting the better of its early days. I know how you feel with the anxiety. Yeah, anxiety can be fucking terrifying when it comes to streaming. Going to a website to watch people talk in game couldn't be me. Passion is one of my favourite things about you as a person, a creator. I do generally feel like I learn a lot from just being here and sometimes listening to your conversations. I appreciate that, dude. All aggressive. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like, you know what, it's okay if there's an element of people in some platform or creative space that are only in it for the money. If there's an element, because like I say, we live in a capitalistic world. I get it. We live in a capitalistic world. There's always going to be people that are only in it for the money, regardless. It's the music industry, the film industry, the fucking painting industry, the photography industry, the video games design industry. Some people are just there to get the bag, and I get it. It's fucking difficult to live. It's expensive. Shit costs a lot of money. I get it, you know? And the thing is, adjacent to that point, I don't ever want to see anybody giving people shit for selling something on their stream. Doing sponsored streams and selling earphones and selling fucking energy drinks and selling chairs and selling games. They're like, oh, they're selling out. You know, they're fucking, yeah, they're trying to secure that bag. They don't give a fuck about the vibe of their community. Fuck you, dude. Subscribe at tier 3. Then they wouldn't have to. Think about it. It's their fucking full-time job. Imagine if you went to fucking work one day and they said, if you don't wear this fucking hat all day, you ain't going to get paid. Think about it. They're fucking trying to earn a living in a fucking really, really, really competitive industry. So when somebody is a full-time streamer doing sponsorships and stuff, just fucking play along, dude. Just let them fucking earn it, because a lot of these streamers, they're really not fucking... You've got a handful of people at the top making 600 grand a year somehow. Somehow. Spoiler alert, people are laundering money through streams, but we'll get to that 10 years down the line when the fucking IRS catches up to it. But anyway, allegedly. I'm going to fucking cover myself, allegedly. But... like my full-time streamer friends were talking about how like they have to do a tax return even though they don't earn enough money to pay tax. So I know that they're below a threshold. I know what threshold they're below. And fuck, dude. Fuck. It's a fucking great job. If you love streaming and you love playing video games, it's a fucking great job. But fuck. Like earning below the tax threshold, that's going to be difficult to live. That's difficult to live. No offense to them, but they're fucking trying. So yeah, if I see somebody fucking criticizing them for trying to sell something and do a sponsorship to get a bit of extra cash that month, fucking pipe down, dude. Like, they're trying to fucking earn a living. You have no idea how much they have to fucking hustle just to make minimum wage in the long term. In the long run, in the long run, a lot of them are clocking minimum wage. And I'm not going to say who, and I'm going to talk about how I know them. I'm not going to give any information. Just people that I've spoken to. A lot of these full-time people that haven't got that fucking massive, like, you know, 160,000 fucking followers and like 9,000 average viewers. A lot of the people that sit in the sort of average, decent partnered streamer size, a lot of them have to work so fucking hard, and their wages are so inconsistent, regardless of what level they're at. It's so inconsistent. So for them to just take on a sponsorship where they get paid like a couple of grand a month just to occasionally mention a service that somebody might want, and you use their link to use it, and they get a discount if you get a discount if you use their link, and they get the affiliate kind of, you know, the partnered bonus for people actually taking it up. It's so it's not that intrusive. It really isn't that intrusive to the stream, but it means that they get a fucking stable living wage, like 24 grand a year. It means they get a standard living wage. Like, come on, man. Just fucking give them that. Just let them have it, man. Fuck. I can't imagine, like, having a job where 1 month I make, like, what I make now with my full-time job. Then the next month I make a third of that. You can't live like that, because your electricity bill, when you stream every day, is fucking massive. And all the games you have to buy are fucking expensive. And the thing is, when you stream and you play video games full time, you play like fucking 19, like 20, 30 video games a year. You get through 2 or 3 games a fucking month. It's fucking crazy. There aren't enough games to play. You have to fucking put your money out there to buy games to play. Otherwise you can't stream. And yes, you can claim some of the tax back here and there because you need the games to play. But yeah, it's fucking crazy. Imagine having to buy a uniform for your job every fucking month to do your job. Imagine a £60 uniform every month for you to be able to do something in a job to earn money. Imagine that. Yeah. So yeah, just leave full-time streamers alone, because the thing is, when somebody comes to Twitch, and this is the fucking overhead view, right? When somebody who doesn't watch live streams goes to Twitch for the first time, 90% chance they're going to see one of the full-time streamers that's on, because they're full-time streamers, right? 90% chance they're going to see one of those people, right? And if that person is doing everything in their power to be welcoming and charming and funny and engaging like a full-time streamer is, because they do it full-time for a living, they're going to keep that person on this platform, right? That's super fucking important for everybody, because even if you're not a streamer, not having other people in chat to talk to is going to be a problem, right? You need people on the platform. The more people on the platform, the more people can do this full time, the more streamers will be live more often, and there's more choice. And when there's more choice in a creative space like Twitch, that's better for everybody. So yeah, the full timers, we've got to keep these guys in a job. We've got to keep these full timers full time. Because as the economic fucking shit show that happens outside in the economy continues to get worse, they struggle more and more, and they go and get a normal job, and then they can only stream once a week, twice a week. And it's watching somebody who was full-time go part-time and then slowly just not have the energy to stream anymore. It's fucking heartbreaking, dude. It's fucking heartbreaking. Knowing how good that person is at streaming, but because they can't quite earn a living streaming full-time, they just can't really be doing. They haven't got the energy all the time because they're working full time in a job just to fucking be able to survive, you know, because the economy's fucked. So yeah, leave full time streamers alone. Anyway, excuse me. Video games. Excuse me. Sellout, bro. They worked for that shit. Get the fuck out, doesn't it? Yeah, I'd only consider them a sellout if they actively choose to get sponsored by a company that is. Well, yeah. I mean, if somebody starts fucking like, you know, advertising stuff that's funding ISIS or funding Israel, or, you know, if somebody, you know, massively U-turns on their political stance or worldview because somebody pays them to say something else or to sell something that implies they believe in something that they've, you know, usually been against. Yeah, there's definitely levels to it. There's definitely layers. There's definitely many shades of grey. But yeah, when I see people that are like, oh, fucking these full-time streamers, all they're doing is trying to sell you shit earphones or Raid Shadow Legends, I'm like, bruv, shut the fuck up, man. You have no idea what it's like to be a full-time. I mean, neither do I. I'm not a full-time creative, but I know a bunch of full-time creatives, having streamed on the platform for like 5-6 years now. Yeah, it must be 5 years. And yeah, I chat to them about it and stuff. They're like, dude, don't fucking beat yourself up. It's fucking brutal out there at the moment. And yeah, like, you know, even if you were to start growing up and, you know, grow up to a size where you could apply for partner and be a full-time streamer, it's fucking rough, dude. It's fucking rough being a full-time streamer, you know? And they tell me in confidence how, like, you know, a random month, you just won't have any fucking money for the whole month, you know? And if a game releases that month that you were planning to play, yeah, good luck, you know? It's fucked. They're sort of like, yeah, you're trying to work out your budget, and then you realise that some arsehole decided to slot a game release on the 19th of the month or the 23rd of the month at the end of the month when you've barely got any fucking money left. So you've got to buy that game at the beginning of the month. Otherwise, you know, you can't fucking play it because food and energy and everything else is going to fucking take up all of your extra fucking income. Yeah. It's fucked, dude. But yeah, anyway, sorry. Let's play the video game. But yeah, it's just, I'm not really too fussed about where I sit in the grand scheme of things. It's my friends that are full-time that my heart is currently fucking bleeding for, because I do this as a hobby, you know, so I could lose everything. And I'd still have a job. I'd still be able to pay my bills. I'd still be able to fucking eat, you know. I would still be okay. But yeah, a bunch of my friends, you know, like, and a handful of them I knew really closely, you know, and they've just stopped. They've tried to, you know, go down a bit and take on a few part-time shifts in a bar, restaurant, whatever, stream 3 times a week rather than 6. But it just hasn't worked, you know, it just hasn't balanced out. And they've had to go and find a full-time job that pays a certain amount just to be able to pay the rent, energy, and food and everything else. And they're like, yeah, I'm spending less on games because I'm not streaming, but, you know, I'm miserable because I miss streaming. And I'm like, fuck. And it's like, but at the end of every day, I've only got like an hour or two. And an hour's not long enough for a stream. You need 3-4 hours minimum, really. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, so what about weekends and stuff? It's like, dude, on the weekends, I have to do everything that I would normally do when I'm at home. All the laundry, all the shopping, or cleaning the car, filling the car up. All the stuff that I would normally do just before I start the stream or just after I finish the stream, because I used to stream from home. Now that I have to go out to work and come back, I don't have any time to do that stuff during the week. So I have to do everything on my day off, you know? So I don't have time to stream on my day off. And I'm like, oh, it fucking breaks my heart, dudes. It breaks my fucking heart. Honestly, this is why, even though I could do with fucking tidying up how much I spend every month, this is why I'm so fucking careful before I cancel a sub. I try really hard to not cancel subs because I know how fucking hard people are working right now. I try to do my best to help and support where I can, you know, because I'll raid people just so I can get them a little bit more exposure, because I can't do much because I'm a tiny little streamer. But if I can, if the vibe here is something that, you know, might align with somebody else's stream, and there's a few people here that are new, like if I've been raided by somebody and I've got some new people that are liking my vibe, and I know someone that's on that's like me, that I might be able to help out, then that's the perfect raid, right? That's why I agonize. I'm raiding out with like 3 people. I'm like, oh fuck, who should I raid? Who should I raid? You know, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm always trying to find a place where you guys are going to enjoy it, and the person's going to enjoy you guys, and trying to find that good raid. Because every now and again, Every now and again, you Bunny, welcome in. Every now and again, you raid, and it just the whole conversation just becomes like alive. Like the whole conversation is just electric between their community, my community, and the game and the streamer, and that carries on for like several hours after the raid. And it's just like, as a streamer, that's one of the best feelings. Like when I raid out, and it creates this this energy in somebody else's stream, and I start to see them come out of their shell a little bit, and they start being really chatty and energetic, and their community starts vibing in my community, and it's literally the fucking one of the best feelings. I fucking love that. So that's what I'm chasing when I'm looking for the right raid. That's what I'm chasing, is when you land a raid with somebody and they're like, hey, how's it going? Oh, we're playing this game, and one of you guys, but oh yeah, Breadcrumbs played this the other day, and that character's really funny, and blah, blah, and you guys are all fucking like getting involved and chatting and everything, and it's like, this is not me telling you guys that you have to. It's just when it works, you know. I'm not asking you guys to do anything at all. Just be yourselves, be comfy, do what you do, because you're wonderful as you are. But when I go somewhere and you guys are really into it, it's like, it's such a good feeling. It's such a fucking good feeling that I brought a bunch of energy to somebody else's stream. I fucking love that feeling. It's so good. Right. So yeah, Soldiers of the Sea. We've got everybody clocked. It's the Doom and the bargain. The bargain's empty, but yeah, the escape and the end. So the Doom, there's a bunch of question marks in the Doom. I suppose we should go through each page of the Doom and make sure we've seen everything. Dun-dun. Spend more money on my stream than I make. I end up writing it all off and getting a return because I spent more money on my PC. Yeah, so only 30 games a year, Ricky. Well, I mean, some people play 50 games a year. It's fucking scary.
No robes. It wasn't his fault. I saw the whole thing.
Lies. I shouldn't have waited so long.
No, don't.
Croissant.
Boondog, welcome in. Can't follow one. Is it lag? I'm not too sure, sorry. I mean, the Raid Shadow Legends one is more of a joke because, yeah, well, this is it. It's just you get accepted. There's a handful of sponsors that everybody gets offered, so it's a bit cringe, but yeah. Found some really good people both through your raids and people that have come through, so it's cool making new pals. Yeah, this is it. Is that there's definitely some nasty corners of Twitch, definitely. But seeing as I'm on Twitch all the fucking time, like I'll be like in someone's community, and it's not just about like when someone's really friendly and engaging with me, like it's when they're friendly and engaging with everybody. I'm like, okay, this is a good egg. That like, they're a good interactive, engaging streamer that likes to chat to people. So I know that you guys are going to have a good time there because you'll actually interact with them, and yeah, that's what one of the main things about stream, right? What the French toast is this game. This is Return of the Obra Dinn. It's a murder mystery time traveling game, puzzle game. It's interesting. Also, a random nut job named Stabby goes around adding airflow to people. Adding airflow. I'm gonna streamline those shins of yours. I'm gonna create Bluetooth shins. There'll be a gap between your knee and the foot. So this guy got fucking clubbed. And we know that it was Nathan Peters. Who's this guy? Oh, no, we know it's Nathan Peters now, don't we? So, we know that that's the purser. Now, this guy's got the little neckerchief. And who else with the neckerchief? He's a cook. He's a surgeon. He's a midshipman. How many midshipmen have we got left? Not many. Because, yeah, we now know that that's Nathan Peters. And we know that he fell overboard to his death because this guy did. Yep. We know that Lars got clubbed by Nathan Peters. So, we just need to figure out so he was in the cargo space, wasn't he? So maybe he's a seaman. He was a seaman because he was below deck doing manual labor, moving the crates around. Da-da-da. Ta-da. See, I was playing the video game all along, chat. I was ranting and moaning and monologuing, but I was actually playing the video game. What does a European person say when they see something nasty in the EU? I'm not sure. Welcome in, Dennis. Good to see you. Most of the shipmen on board are midshipmen after all. They are made the boat disappear for ages and most of them died, so clearly ain't good at their jobs. Yeah, well, I mean, they did get attacked by some monsters and then a giant squid. So yeah, some misfortune did befall the ship that they had no power over, I suppose. But yeah, we're all seamen at one point. This is true. It's very true. Played SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom on the GameCube and it was hilarious. Yeah, that's a GameCube game I could look up, actually, because I made this lovely GameCube controller. And I haven't used it since we finished Twilight Princess, but we need to play Skyward Sword before we move away from the GameCube era games. You figured out that tattoo? Yes, we figured out the tattoo bloke, yeah. You sly dog, you got me monologuing. Yeah, you sly dog, you've set me off. But yeah, no, I just, yeah, I have a lot of feelings about a lot of things about this platform. And yeah, as I'm sure you guys can tell, like, not all of them are about me. Like, you know, obviously there's things I'd like the stream to be that it's not, but you know, whatever, I can't really do much about it. I feel like I put in a reasonable amount of effort and I put out a reasonably good stream. Beyond that, I'm really kind of powerless. But I also have a lot of love and a lot of time and a lot of energy to talk about how much I care about my friends on this platform. And how many people that have kept me entertained at home while I work every day for the last 5 years. So many people, so many people. And just when I think I've been around and met a bunch of people and aren't going to really meet any more friends, I find somebody else and I randomly pop into a stream. I see them playing a game and they're talking about something. I say something and they really respond to it. And then I sort of, get into a conversation with them for a whole stream. And I'm like, damn, I just made another friend, This is what I don't understand. People talk about the male loneliness epidemic. I'm some fucking washed up 41-year-old white guy who works from home and never leaves the house, but I managed to get online and make some friends because I'm not an arsehole. This is it, Like, I talk to people and I'm able to fucking make friends. I know it's difficult for some people, but yeah, it is also about not being an arsehole and also, like, just being friendly to people. But yeah. Read the Irish were attacked by the king of the world and they still won. Bloody Brits unable to fight off the simple crack. EU's answer is the answer already. EU. Oh, EU are EU. Welcome in, Emily. Good to see you. How's it going? Simply be the great shipman and stop to. Yeah, I would just. Yeah, if I was on this boat, I would just identify as the captain, and nobody would be able to tell me otherwise. Even the other captain. You You can't refer to him as the other captain because he is the captain. If anything, you're the other captain. So I am a captain. Got you there. If I saw Henry Brennan, the goat, I'd just put a hand up and say, pack it in, mate, and nothing bad. But yeah, exactly. Henry Brennan has been almost everywhere. Like almost every death, he's been in the picture. Maybe not responsible, but in the picture. We all love you, Crumbs. Don't forget that. Thank you, Bunny. I appreciate that. Where was he from? I think I found your stream. It was in my recommended channels in Twitch. This is the thing, is that I so rarely show up in people's recommended anymore. Because I used to get first-time chatters all the time. People would pop in and say something, and I'd strike up a conversation with them, and they'd become community members. But that hasn't happened in such a long time. I just don't show up in people suggested, and I'm not sure why. But yeah, it just is what it is, really. Been loving the chats while lurking eating dinner. Well, it's nice to know you're lurking. I hope you're okay. Would tell the captain, look at me. I'm the captain. I'm the captain now. Accuse me. I'm not accusing you of anything, Tama. But actually, to be honest, I found you while searching for Zelda games. See, and this is the other thing, right? This is the other thing that also puzzles me about how I have such low discoverability and such low reach. Is I'm a variety streamer, but I'm a variety streamer. Like if you look at like the backlog of games I've streamed, I'm a variety streamer. Like I play a lot of different videos, and this is not a brag. I just have an appreciation for lots of different things in different kinds of video game. And if you put them all into the same game, it wouldn't work. They only work in context of the game that they're in. And I enjoy them. So I play first-person shooters. I play RPGs. I play story games. I play puzzle games. I play turn-based RPG combat. I play, melee combat games. I play shooter games. I play RPGs. I play survival horror games. I play all kinds of fucking stuff. I play so much different stuff. But I think that might also be the thing, is that because I don't stick to one category, when I move from one game to another, I don't play another game of a similar type. I play a completely different game. And I think that might be one of the things that sort of drives people away, is that I'm rarely going to be playing something that you actually like. Even if I was playing something that you liked, I might not be playing it again. But that means that the people that hang out here for every game, I know that they're here for me. So that's also kind of reassuring. But obviously I'm not, obviously with everything going down, that means that I'm not quite the draw that I thought I was. But I never really thought I was a draw to begin with, to be honest. I thought that it was an advantage that I like to play lots of different games, and I like to talk about video games a lot. So I thought that might help, but yeah. Same, love random games. This is it. Actually forgot how to got here. I know I got raided into here and just vibed hard with Brett. Well, I appreciate that. Basically, here for the converse, I have Brett on this background noise, even if the game I have no interest in. That's very kind of you. This is the thing, is that one of the reasons why I don't, like, even though things aren't going super well metric wise and everything, and I'm not, again, I hate the way you can't really talk about streaming without talking about metrics. I really wish we could separate. For a start, I wish we could separate Twitch from streaming. Like, they're not as, ubiquitous as, I think ubiquitous is the word I'm thinking of. They're not as, like, super closely tied together, because not everything about Twitch is about streaming, and not everything about streaming is about Twitch. I think collectively, we all need to start understanding the difference between a Twitch problem and a streaming problem. And we need to separate the fucking tourist, money grabbing, just chatting, clout chasey kind of people. They're not streamers. They're a bunch of dickheads with a camera connected to the internet, but they're not streamers. They don't really know how to do anything other than just do fucking clout chasey, contrarian shit and rage bait people. And beef with each other. They cannibalize each other for content. It's pathetic. But, we need to separate that, because I feel as if the brand of streaming, I feel like outside of Twitch, because Twitch is not a big platform, like 2.5, maybe 3 million people at peak, at the very most 3 million. But outside of Twitch, people only see one kind of streamer, and it's that really loud, brash, cocky kind of like IRL, just chatting streamer that just goes around saying and doing whatever gets the most clicks, like absolutely no integrity in it whatsoever. They will literally do anything to get attention. And that basically means that so many people out there only see streamers as these fucking awful people that are just the most antagonistic cunts. And because they get all the headlines, because they get all the attention, that's what people think streaming is. So the brand of streaming has been like irreparably tarnished by that demographic. And it's just like, I fucking hate it. And I wish the platform wouldn't suck their dick so much. I really, really wish the platform wouldn't fucking kiss their ass so much. I really wish, but they bring the money in, don't they? And I don't want to be pessimistic. I don't. Like I say, I've been unwell for like 2.5, 3 years. And yeah, I am very depressed underneath all of this. And I don't want to be pessimistic. But yeah, it is getting to a point where if I don't start talking about the shit that I think is wrong and it continues, it's my fault, you know? Like if I don't fucking get this shit off my chest and talk about it, nobody else is going to talk about it. If nobody else talks about it, it's not going to change. It's not going to improve, you know? So I think I came in at the time where you were in your Bloodborne era. That was a fucking long time ago. But maybe when I replayed it, yeah, I have replayed it a few times. Also the youngest here. Yes, but you have confirmed you're over 18, so that's okay. I think we've confirmed that before. But yeah, it's just the internet in general. The way the internet has manipulated and warped and mutated creativity in all forms of, you know, platform, algorithmic driven posting behavior. It fucking sucks, dudes. It absolutely fucking sucks. Right, so the Doom has got a bunch. The Escape. Yeah, you see the Escape's got a bunch as well. This unknown midshipman. No. Don't really have been here for a while. Yeah, so it doesn't show me on here, unfortunately. 24, I'm 25. Yeah, I'm 41. So yeah. But Em, it's good to see you, Emily. I hope you're well. What are you playing at the moment? What have I seen you going live with? Oh, brain. Brain. Shit, happy 3 years to us, Brett. Really? 3 years? I appreciate that, dude. 2023. What the fuck was I doing in 2023? It was just after fucking the COVID lockdowns ended, right? And everything started to dip. Yeah, I can't remember. I think I had the misfortune of finishing my FromSoft playthroughs, because they were popular, at the same time as the COVID lockdowns ended. So I suddenly moved away from FromSoft and the whole platform fucking took a dip. So that's one of the reasons why I fucking fell off so hard. Which is kind of out of my hands, but yeah. Playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and all good things, just deep on the con crunch. Yes. Yeah, because did one just happen? Or is there one coming up? Can't remember, because I sent you that post of that, not Stormtrooper, but Clone Trooper. Was that a Clone Trooper? I forget all the different names for them. But we have got an ad break starting soon, so I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. But yeah, I think one just happened, I think. It's coming up in 2 weeks. Okay, well, yeah, best of luck. If you need to dip out, please feel free. Because, yeah, I saw the sort of the red fabric that you've made with the sort of like tabs coming up. Is that from Kingdom Come Deliverance? Anyway, the outbreak's going to start in a second. I'll chat to you when I come back. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment.
Excuse me, a bit fiddly, but we can do this. Grab this one. Put it underneath here. Oh, come on, game. Really? Really? Oh, really? Like that, is it? So we're going to carry on down here. Oh. Bye. Oh, no! Let me give you a sneaky shout out whilst you're here. Hope the rest of the stream was good, dude. I think you were getting towards the end of Martha is Dead at South. I wonder what clip it will give us.
Oi, fuck off, dickhead! Oi, get out of the... Oh, there's so many cunts in the fucking...
If you ever needed a taste of South... But 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you for everything this year. Thank you. Honestly.
I'm here in my official capacity as a talent scout, man.
Oh, so what kind of talent are you scouting for exactly?
I see hidden talents in many places, man.
Apart from your
Maybe I'll
barber,
get one of
fucking
those
hell.
kiddos to write
Seen this
some
guy's
blog
haircut.
verse for one of the papers.
I think if we're a little bit less greedy, we can get this. I think. Mate, what are you doing? He's just opened up Prime Video. I can't see. I can't see. Mate, the sabotage. Really, the sabotage. The sabotage because you want attention, is that it? He just pushed the Amazon Prime button on the TV remote and suddenly Bob's Burgers was on the screen and I was like, the fuck is this? What kind of movie is this? Right.
Oh shit. There's two of them. Can they hit each other? Ah. Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Can it be done? Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? It can be done. We have seen that clip before. But welcome back, everybody. But yes, good luck for the con in 2 weeks, Emily. So, this guy is a steward of some sort. Yeah, he was definitely stabbed. Where? Because, yeah, this guy... He can only be... There's only so many top men he can be, surely. And he was definitely electrocuted. He was definitely electrocuted by lightning, surely. Because, yeah, there isn't a struck lightning here. There's who's a struck as in hit with something, but you can't put struck by lightning, which is interesting. Because, yeah, he's a topman, and he was spiked by a terrible beast. But yeah, he was definitely stabbed, killed with a sword by Leonid Volkov. Because there were a couple of other people that we definitely knew were right. This guy was shot. So yeah, I think he's Thomas Lank because he says, tell Peter's mum. Peter died somehow and he tried to save him. And he was definitely knifed. So I'm pretty sure that's correct. Thank you for the hydrate. So yeah, he was in the... So he is surgeon's mate and the surgeon. So it's him. So we're looking for Spider-Man. Welcome in, dude. How's it going? How's it going, dude? Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, just had a big rant about streaming and content creation in general. Probably scared away any new potential followers, but you know, this is what we do here. And yeah, I'm just slowly peeling back the layers on this very charmingly intriguing murder mystery time-traveling pirate game. Oh, well, not pirates, but naval mystery game. And yeah, chatting to you fine people. So yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I hope you're well also. I hope you're well as well. Can't wait for the Lego Batman game next week. Yeah, I think you've mentioned that. You've been mentioning that for a little while. So yeah, hopefully it's hopefully it lives up to expectations. So he died there. A bitter cold. Yeah, see, this is the thing. So, I know we know who that was. Because yeah, 3 people. It's weird. The bitter cold doesn't have a disappearances section. So. Was he killed by a different Russian? I'm pretty sure we figured out which Russian it was. Yeah, where's this corpse? Up there. Okay. Let me check this again, because yeah, I think we've got this. I'm pretty sure this is one of the ones where we confirm, because I think it's that guy. Dun-dun. Hoping to get it on Tuesday. Yeah, I need to think about what game I'm going to buy next. But yeah, this guy, we've confirmed it's Leonid Volkov. And he definitely stabs this guy with a sword, and this is where he dies. So yeah, he's a steward. He's definitely killed with a sword by this guy. We just need to figure out which one of the stewards he is. Yeah, so was he near... First mate. He's running because this is his steward, maybe? Because yeah, this is Olas Wyatta, right? Yeah, we know that's so he fights with this guy. And then he knifes him. I don't know if he's holding a knife. He gets a knife from somewhere. They fight and he gets stabbed and dies here. Well, he gets stabbed and he crawls along to here, which is a midshipman's quarters. So we think he's a midshipman of some sort, and he says, "Tell Peter's mother." So he's not Peter. I'm fairly certain that makes him a midshipman that's not Peter, so he has to be Thomas Lank. Has to be. That guy has to be correct. Yeah, what was happening during this section? Going to pick up Saros. Yeah, and I've seen a few people playing that. I think we raided Ash the other day, and they were playing it. And I can't remember who was saying. Somebody said that they took Returnal, which was already a pretty good game for people that like that sort of thing. It's not the sort of thing that I play usually. But yeah. And they said they took all the things about Returnal and just all the things that didn't work properly and weren't great and just fixed them all. So now it's like the perfect version of that game. I was like, interesting. Doo-doo. Yeah, he's down here. That's 41. So he's the third mate's assistant, which makes him the third mate. Yep. We don't know how he died. Does that make him 41? Whaley, Topman, China. I think it does. Which means this guy is also sleeping near him, so he might be. No, we don't know. Okay. So, I wonder if there's another memory where this isn't down. Because this is 41. I think 41, 36, 48, 49. Why does it jump to 36 here? What are these hammock numbers, game? Going on here. 43, 44. So I suppose I could figure out all the ones that are counted. There's a few people that aren't sleep mode. So we've got 45, 56, 57, X. Don't know who that one is. 41, 36, 48, 49. Yeah, strange. Because I thought they'd all be like numbered along the ship. It makes me feel like this guy is a similar rank to this guy. But I mean, this guy's a topman. Where have we seen this guy's? So he was here, then he was here, then he was here, and well, I don't think he was there. I don't think he was there because that's the guy that was taking a shit off the side. Right, so we've got a set of stairs here. Couple of cannons. So it's neither. So yeah, can I do what I can do is I can do this, and then I can do a screenshot here. So what I need to do now is go to the memory of the guy that died of a tragic illness, where his mates are trying to console him in his hammock, see who is sleeping here, and then I'll know that that one is that one, and that one is that one. That one is this guy. This guy right here. in this photo underway. He's this guy here. So, leave this memory. We go to where the corpse is. That's wrapped up. Oh shit, will I be able to get up high enough? Oh, it's on the other side of the ship, isn't it? So he's either 59 or 38. '59 is George Shirley, who's a seaman. The other one? '38. Or Huang Li. No, so I think he's George Shirley. I think I worked that out a second ago, a slightly different way. I think he's George Shirley. Is what I think. So now we got to leave and remember what memory we were in for the other one, which was the guy taking a shit. Back here. What is the dog doing? He's fast asleep. The cat's fast. I keep referring to him as the dog, but yeah, I think he's George Shirley. He's not an unknown passenger, he's an unknown steward. That other guy was George Shirley. Okay. Oh, so this guy was Thomas Lank, and he was knifed by Elias Whiter. That is who. And I think we're kind of almost at a stage where we could just look at the sketch, and anyone that isn't like confirmed is going to be fairly easy to confirm now because we've confirmed so many people. As I say, as we get down the list of like people, there's just less people to, you know, to guess with. So it's just about the fates. It's just about guessing what fate they befell. What fate befell them, sorry. If I can get my fucking grammar right. And then, yeah, we'll be there. I think we might be able to close out in another couple of streams. We might be able to close out all 60. And then I don't know what trophies there are, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's that many because there's 16 and we've got 8 of them already. And a lot of them, I think, are just solving, you know, unholy captives, solve that chapter, solve that. So that's 4 more, and there's 3 hidden ones, right? So sold 45 fates, which I think we should be pretty close to be honest. That's the last one, because the last 15, the last 15 will be fairly simple because there just aren't that many people left on the list. It's just about working out how they died. And we can kind of just guess. Once we know who people are, we can kind of just guess. And there's 3 hidden achievements that I don't want to know about just yet. But yeah, we've got a lot of these seamen tagged now. Because yeah, John Naples must be the only seaman that's left, along with Hamadou Diom from Sierra Leone. And yeah, Peter Milroy is one of the midshipmen that will be floating around in one of the activities down in the decks. But yeah, there's still a few people here that we've not quite got right. How was this guy not torn apart by a beast? Somebody else must be this guy with the tattoos. But he's the only Frenchman. He's the only Frenchman aboard. And the bosun, who we've confirmed, says, "Where is my Frenchman?" And they say, "Your mate's been torn apart." So yeah, I really don't know how this guy really don't know how that guy I don't want any hints. No, the game is so subtle with its informational sort of structure that I don't want any hints at all. I want to peel back. Thank you for asking first. That's very important. Because yeah, this guy definitely got torn apart by a beast. It's literally happening. And this guy was there. This guy was there. Ah, he was here. He was here when this was happening. This guy got a fucking harpoon into a tentacle because he's a proper sailor. It's midshipman. The third mate. So yeah, we don't know how this guy died, but he's part of this memory. And he was here carrying a charge. How's everyone's hump day? Pretty good, pretty good. A few years ago, Returnal wouldn't have been my cup of tea. Still a bit underrated, in my opinion. Yeah, no, I saw a few people. I mean, Vin the Win was grinding it get pretty far up the leaderboard. He was in the top three, I think. With the person in number 1, it was like a fairly steady split of scores, and then the top score was like some fucking absurd number that didn't even seem physically possible. But yeah, so this was 20 past 7. No, I'm talking about this was 20 to 8. Sorry, 20 to 8. These guys were before and before. This guy was well before. So realistically, I'm looking for something just after 20 to 8. Looking for a corpse not too far away. Too far away. 9:05. That was half an hour. So, Abigail. So if this guy died at 20 to 8, that was also 20 to 8. Yeah, so he was torn apart by the beast. The helmsman. I think he was torn apart by the beast as well. Because here he is getting picked up. Whether or not that means he was torn apart or not, I'm not sure, but this guy was only being grabbed by the beast. Thank you for the raffle, dudes. Enjoy. This guy was only getting grabbed like by the arm as well, and he counted as torn apart by a terrible beast, so yeah. So yeah, this is slightly afterwards. Crushed by falling rigging. Blocking the way, damn it. Bruh. And then this guy shot himself quite some time afterwards. So, can't really... Excuse me. Can't really piece together the timeline a little bit. Um, 8:20. So he was getting torn apart. And there were a handful of people here. It's 7:30. Because, yeah, the Doom and the end we've got all tied up. But the escape and the Doom, there's just a lot going on. A lot of people dying. So we've worked out that guy, that guy, that guy, and that guy, and that guy, and that guy. But we can't figure out these 4. Because they were getting into a boat. They were getting into a boat. in one of the memories. But I don't know what happens to that boat. It's called The Escape. The chapter is called The Escape. So they sound like English names, so I don't know whether they... Because the thing is, the map, The Escape happens like here. And that's quite a distance to row. I don't think you can take a rowboat that distance. That's thousands of miles. So there's the Canary Islands and Azores. I mean, maybe they made it to Africa? Maybe they made it to Africa. That's a question. Maybe they're alive in Africa. That was it. Very sneaky. The Escape. There's two groups of islands that are right where the escape happens. You think it's got to be one of those two, but no. They escaped to Africa, which means there's one more person on that boat that escaped. Yep, he was torn apart. Okay. There we go, chat. There we go. So, who else was getting into that boat during the escape? Who else was getting into that boat? Enjoy your visit, dude. So, who else was getting into the boat? Nope. No. Right, so
Let them go.
there's Emily Jackson. It's Jane Bird. And this person also is alive in Africa, because that's where the boat went. So we know that's correct. Cool. So, who else have we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Who's the guy throwing the gun? Because whoever he is, he needs to learn gun safety. Shaking my fucking head. Well, I mean, musket-fired rifles. I don't know if he's throwing a loaded musket-fired rifle, but they didn't have, like, well, yeah, you wouldn't, like, light the, because you would cock it back and you'd put, like, something that's on fire that would go in there. So you could throw it, you could load it, you could have them all in the armory, like, loaded with one shot. You know, the black powder, the ball, and then the wad, like, loaded, ready to go. As long as you don't put, like, anything on fire inside the charge hole. Is it called the charge hole? The breach hole? Can't remember. In the breach. Yeah. But obviously it's pissing with rain, so I don't know how you're going to light, you know, I don't know how you're going to light a musket-fired rifle, a musket-style rifle in the pissing rain, but I suppose when a giant squid is going to pull the ship under, you may as well fucking give it a try. Always assume it's loaded. Yeah, it is loaded, of course. If it's flintlock, then no. Yeah, that's interesting, because the boat... was 1807. So what rifles would they have carried on a boat in 1807? Bearing in mind this seems to be a merchant ship, and it does have weaponry because boats used to get robbed by pirates. So, but it's not a military ship. It only has one gun deck, but it has a whole deck just for storing cargo. So I think this is a merchant ship. And it was traveling to the bottom of Africa, probably to trade the goods they've got for various different fruits and spices and herbs on the southern tip of Africa. So yeah, I'm not too sure. The Patton 1800 infantry rifle, better known as the Baker rifle, was a flintlock rifle. So they were flintlock. Okay, so yeah, throwing it would be dangerous. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. But it's interesting. None of these people died by a rifle being like dropped, and and I don't know if that's. I mean, you could put shot by a rifle, but you need to say who shot them. But I don't think any of them. Count as being shot by a rifle that was dropped by negligence. So, third mate, Martin Perot. I think Martin Perot survived. I think he fucking got away with it. A very loud beeping noise had just started. Okay, stopped. Everything's fine. Does anyone else get that when you're somewhere and you hear like a and it's like, is that an alarm for something? And it stops. You're like, okay, and then you just carry on. You're like, yeah, it must be fine. Yeah, it must be fine. whatever it was, the alarm stopped, so it's fine. Yes. So we don't know what happened to this seaman, Henry Brennan. Hamadou Dion, who's a seaman. We don't know what happened to John Naples, who's a seaman. We don't know what happened to these topmen. But the thing with the topmen usually, when the shit hits the fan on a boat like this, the topmen are usually thrown into sea and drowned. Because I think I can't remember where I went to go see like an old ship, like an 1800s ship that's still around today. It was brought back and kept, and it's been maintained. I went aboard and everything, and there was somebody talking about the sort of how they lived and everything, and they said the topmen were always up in the rigging, moving sails, adjusting sails, and also spotting. They had the crow's nest for spotting things on the horizon and everything. And they said you'd think that a topman's most likely cause of death would be falling from a high height and landing on the deck and falling. But actually, during choppy waters, during stormy conditions with choppy waters, the majority of them were thrown, like flung, when the ship heaved. It flung them out into the ocean in the middle of a storm where they were never going to be rescued, so they drowned. So actually, topmen drown more than dying from falling, apparently. Small amount of them get asphyxiated by falling on the ropes and getting caught in their neck, which is pretty grim. A handful of them are shot out of the rigging by cannons, which is fucking brutal. But I remember thinking, like, fuck, man, being a sailor was fucking hardcore. And that's why sailors were hard as fuck. In the 1900s, the 1800s, sailors were hard as fuck, man. Like they had a fucking hard life. And if they made a career of it, they must have been some fucking hard bastards. An hard bastard, as they would say, in the London town of the day. Torn apart beast, alive in Africa. So yeah, we're pretty sure this guy was on the same boat as those two ladies that got to Africa. So he's probably in Africa as well. So is it worth taking a punt that this guy might also be alive in Africa? No, you're not playing this game, Baba. You can come and say hello. You can come and say hello. But you're not jumping over me to try and get my attention. That's not happening, okay? That's not happening, okay? Sierra Leone. Part of Africa, yes. Although I think it's listed as a different place here. Sierra Leone further down. Maybe that's where they were headed. The escape happens the escape happens right between Madeira, the Azores, and the Canary Islands. So the fact that they made it back to Africa, I suppose, it's pretty far, but yeah. Sierra Leone is in Africa. It's in Africa. Yeah, it's a part of Africa. I think I wasn't sure if it was a sovereign state. Africa is the continent, right? But you have like North Africa and South Africa and a few other bits of places as well. And there's a bunch of brothers that do a podcast, and they obviously have parents who are from Africa, and they migrated to England and had kids. They talk with English accents, but they can do a Trinidad and Tobago accent really, really well. And yeah, they were talking about, I've never understood the beef between one place and another place because they're not even connected. Like there's something in between. And it was like, I have to traverse. Like they're beefing, but they're not even like connected. Like there's something in the middle that they have to go through to beef. But yeah, like the thing is, I'm so jaded and worn out with podcasts because they're so like there's so many of them are just selling snake oil. But occasionally I'll come across like a particular angle on a podcast, like a bunch of kids from Central London, actual kids from actual Central London. Their podcast will be interesting because they'll be talking about what life is actually like in Central London. Jamaican dudes on podcasts talking about Jamaica, right? It is a window into that kind of world. Whereas, if it's a bunch of English dudes, just average English dudes or average American dudes talking on a podcast, I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. But yeah, a bunch of Jamaican dudes, like old Jamaican dudes and young Jamaican dudes on a podcast talking about things. I find that shit fucking really interesting. Because, yeah, they obviously speak in their sort of natural kind of like accent, but also the terminology and everything is really interesting to me. Right, so yeah, somebody on this boat is from Sierra Leone, and I'm not going to start racially profiling people because that would be wrong. And we're going to work out, who was where doing what. I'm not going to start guessing that, there's a black guy from Sierra Leone because he might be a white guy, he might be a South African, He could be white. You never know. That guy's from Persia. Persia, I think, would be probably... there are people from India. I was going to say Persia might be the only people on the boat. A Persian might be the only person on the boat wearing a turban because of the culture, but there's also people from India as well. So they might wear turbans also. But... not that you couldn't be from England and wear a turban or whatever, of course. And we don't know how Martin Perot died. And we don't know who the ship's steward is. So the ship's steward, did it say anything in the glossary? Servant to an officer or higher rated crew member performing general duties for the comfort of their employee. Also, there's a map. Hang on. Look, get out. Let me get out of this memory. Dun, 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 dun. For the sake of the game, the time setting of the game. Yeah, this is the thing, is I'm trying to avoid racially profiling people, even though in 1800 I know that most of the dudes that are brothers are probably going to come from Africa or England, because I think that in 1800s, slavery was still existing. And thankfully, I'll tell you what, this game has been quite tasteful. It hasn't put a man of colour in shackles on the boat. They haven't done that. And I guarantee you, during that time, in the 1800s, there would have been brothers on this ship in shackles. I guarantee it. And I'm not proud of that fact at all, because it was my ancestors that did it. But they didn't do that for this game, and I respect that. Hey, hello, it's Levi. Welcome in. Are you a winning, son? We're getting there. We are getting there. We are... I go to the back cover. We are this many. We've got 15 left to get. So yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We are getting down the list. So. Is there a ship's steward? stewards. So this is the stewards here. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll take care of that in just a moment. So, this is what the stewards wear, and that's the clue for finding out who the stewards are. With that in mind, that means that in the sketch, we can figure out that guy was the first mate steward, which means this is the only steward that's left, I think. So he's either the ship's steward. Oh, he has to be, right? Yeah, he has to be the ship's steward. He was definitely spiked by a terrible beast in Soldiers of the Sea, because he's there. They make for the lazarette, secure the hold, someone shoot the damn thing. So, yeah, so we figured out that he's the last steward. So we've got him pinned down. So we know that's correct. We know that's correct. So we know that, where is the, yeah, so we know that, this guy, and then, yeah, so the Philip Dahl, the captain steward, I'm not sure how he died, because I think we tried to track him before. Have a small brown, it bouncing head and sometimes make correction when I make connection, and when connection brain got pinned down, eh? Kinky bastard. Yeah. Because, yeah, Davy James is the only steward that's left. And he must have fell overboard. I think he was one of the people that was in that. Oh, was he one of the people? Yeah, I think he was one of the people in the boat. No, because that boat made it ashore. So, yeah, where is this guy? He got 3 memories. So he was... And he was here as well. So he was the calling part 6. This.
Ahoy! Ahoy! Wait! Don't shoot! I have treasure! I yield! Hold your fire!
He's up there. How am I going to make sure that's him? Because I can't get aboard, can I? There must be him up there. So that was at 4:30. 4:30, and the other memory we're looking for. Two people in the calling we're not sure of. Well, but I've confirmed them. That's the weird thing is there's like 2 strokes, but I suppose, yeah. Soldiers at sea, we've got everything sorted. The Doom, there's still a lot of unanswered questions about the Doom and the escape. These 2 people. So he's a surgeon. He's alive in Africa because he was on the boat with those 2 ladies. Okay, that's fine. Davy Jones, 4th mate steward. So he was there, and then he was there. Ah, was he on the boat? No, he's with the captain, isn't he? So he was part of this as well, and part of this. He was also part of when they took that thing below deck. Yeah, I thought it was going to get easier as we got through it because there's less people to think about. But yeah, it's the cause of death that's suddenly becoming difficult because there's only a handful of people left we don't know. It's just the cause of death. We just need to pin these people down where they are. So this guy was apparently spiked. Perished in soldiers at sea. Here, yeah, he was spiked by a terrible beast, surely. Surely that's him being spiked by a terrible beast. And he's a steward because he's wearing a steward's uniform. But let's head down there and look at the corpse, I suppose. On the gun deck. Sorry, the orlop deck. So 2 rows down and then around. 2 rows, 2 flights. They're still called flights of stairs. I suppose they're flights of stairs between decks. Hiding in his locker. Yeah, well, yeah, you can see the trail of blood because he was definitely spiked by the beast. Definitely. He was spiked by a beast through a wall. But yes, unfortunately, chat, we do have an ad break starting. So I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen once more. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen. If you're lurky, you want to follow without any alerts going off. So yeah, he was definitely spiked by a beast because, yeah, that guy threw it through the wall and got this guy. So he was definitely spiked by the beast. Definitely. And he must be a steward. So it's got to be correct. What I need is a cause of death that I know, but a name that I don't, because then I can just cycle through the available names and eventually one of them will tick. But yes, I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. Spend ages making something or getting all the materials to make something, and then one loading screen just disappears. It's so annoying. Because it kind of makes it pointless. Shut the fuck up. It kind of makes it pointless to build things because you know they're just going to get taken from you at some point. Fuck's sake. Odds. Just fucking pure fucking core strength, right? I bet she can. From memory, a rocket, usually, I think a rocket is sometimes a one shot.
Okay. Oh.
Hey, now try looking where you're going.
You were looking the other way. You weren't looking where you were going. And you're not even going that... Look where I'm going. My guy, you literally just did a double take twice on which way you were actually going. Right,
Suck
okay.
yourself off, you knob.
Oh, the blunderbuss straight away. Yeah, that's the Molotov.
Oh my god, hello.
But yeah, just keep an eye on his blunderbuss because...
Now just clap them together.
Oh, shit, stamina! The synchronized R2s!
Suck me off, you bitch! Don't you heal, you pussy hole. Come here. I'm gonna die.
Oh, you got both of us in the fucking... Mind the molly. Oh.
Whoa.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god.
Get off the ride, you bitch! Ah!
How are you not dead? How are you not dead?
Fucking
How are you
dare.
not dead?
Die! 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 Get fucked!
Eat off there. And then do this business in here. Oh shit! Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Excuse me. You want the last hit, dude? You can take the last hit if you want. I'll distract him if you want. Get him! Get him! Go on, let's go! Let's fucking go, dude. GG. GG. Let's fucking go. So I've got to run past Marguerite. Who appears to be deaf as fuck. Like this. Then take one of these. No, 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 no. Oh, no, it's going on my head. No, don't set fire, for fuck's sake.
Stop it.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. I'm going to try something. I'm going to put this away. I'm going to use the other keyboard that I got just for a little while, just to see if I can get used to it, because it's a bit different at the moment. But yeah, bear with me for a moment. Just going to turn the bad boy on. It, of course, you guys can't see, but it's got really sort of insufferably gamer coded fucking colored RGB or whatever. But yeah, this guy definitely gets spiked through the wall. Now, can I go and see the spike? Is that possible? Yeah, I don't think you guys can hear it. But that's my main concern, is you can hear it on the mic when I'm... but yeah, so all the way down here. where they were fighting the beast. Yeah, it spiked him through the fucking wall. But why was he bleeding already? He was bleeding already, and he crawled all the way around here. Yeah, he's been fucking spiked. Yeah, he's been spiked. Like these guys. So yeah, he was definitely spiked. Afix, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, he was definitely spiked by a terrible beast, and he's definitely a steward of some sort, and there's only one steward left. Yeah, he was definitely spiked.
I've got you. Don't move.
So he took the spike out. Or was it speared? Speared by a beast. Because he was alive. Yeah, I think it was speared by I think it was speared by, because I think that they throw a spear. And there are a couple of other people. So maybe I need to check them as speared by a terrible beast rather than spiked by a terrible beast. There was a guy in the rigging. There's a guy in the rigging. See, there's a bunch of people that I've put spiked that make me feel as if, yeah. Yeah, this feels a bit weird. Excuse me. I'm going to have to find a way to mount that. Otherwise, I'm going to have to send it back because there's no point. Yeah, I might have to get something that goes on my lap. Yeah, so fell overboard to his death. Apparently that's not correct, but... Were all of these people present for this as well? Were there really 11 people present for when that guy got shot trying to get on the lifeboat that escaped to Africa?
Last one. Move quick. You'll not take the last one. Down.
I think he made it off as well. But the thing is, he's climbing up here when this guy gets shot. Which I'll show you in a second. We've got to leave this memory. And then enter the next corpse. Is this one. Yeah, this one. And then this guy was trying to get on the boat.
Let them go.
This guy. So. So where did this guy go? That was 9:15. So where was the guy that was climbing up here? Just after 9:15. Talking about Davy Jones. Davy Jones is locker. Is that just after? God, brain, come on. Is it 9:15? Yeah, 9:15. So 9:15. 9:05. 9:20. They're both there. Yeah, where's that guy go? Where's he go?
Mutiny! Mutiny!
So maybe he escapes. Yeah, maybe he escapes on the boat. Unless we can find him here somewhere. So did they manage to save him? Is that what it is? Oh no, he was knifed and he died. Okay, cool. Well, not cool. Not cool for him, but yeah. So yeah, that guy that was standing there. I don't think he got off the boat. I think he escaped to Africa as well. I think he escaped to Africa as well, so we can put that down. He goes to Narnia. Yeah, he ceases to exist. But yes, we mentioned it earlier, chat. We've raised $350 so far, and we've got the rest of May. But yes, if anybody would like to make any donations, you can do !donate in the chat to get a link to the Twitch donation thing, so you can donate through Twitch, which I think a lot of people on Twitch will be more comfortable with because, you know, it's Twitch. Most people already have their bank details on Twitch anyway, so makes things nice and easy and streamlined for you guys. So yeah, live in Africa. I think we'll leave that as that for now. As a guess, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. Yeah. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. But yeah, I want to try and get a cause of death down for almost everybody, if possible. But I suppose if we've figured out the fate of every corpse we can see on the boat at the moment, the deduction of it all would be that everybody else made it off. So they're alive, but where, I'm not too sure. But because the thing is, if there's people alive in England, they could fucking explain what happened. I think the reason I'm down here fucking figuring out what the hell went on is because everyone died. So, where do we still have an unclear cause of death? So yeah, this guy. We know they're a topman. That's it, Amos. There it is. That's what it was. Yep. Okay. They're going away fast, chat. I think we've solved about 30 in this stream so far. Maybe not that many. Maybe 15 in this stream, I'm not sure. But I feel like we were like, oh, I don't know. I can't remember. It all blurs into one. So yeah, this guy was electrocuted. Okay. So yeah, is this guy a topman instead? Because this guy is down as a topman, we don't know. So he's a topman. He's a topman. Yeah, so these are all topmen. So I can put these down as unknown topman if we don't know. Yeah, unknown topman. Can't get to that guy for some reason. Pretty sure that guy's a bosun's mate, but yeah. Okay, so he was knifed and died. Okay, cool. Is there that much of a delay? I was talking about that fucking ages ago. If you go to set, because you can just so you guys know, at any point, if you want to know your latency to the stream, you can find out. Watch my own latency be like 8 seconds now. Could you imagine? You can. Oh, hang on. Fuck off. You can go to advanced video stats, and apparently I have a 3.18 second latency to myself. But yes, you can check Apparently, I'm only fucking people are only downloading it at 1,000. I suppose I'm like the quality is probably, yeah, that's why. If I was doing 1440p, I'm sure the download will suddenly jump up. There you go. There's your 9,000 kilobits a second. There you go. So it does dynamically scale. You can do 160p. Oh wow, you can watch the stream in hella low quality. Okay, whatever. But yeah, as you can see, latency is a thing. No, it wasn't latency. It said it at the time. You, however, as kids say, locked in. Oh, sorry. Did we? I'm scrolling up. We were talking about flintlock rifles. Yeah, I don't. Let me just check, because that scares me, because sometimes I wonder if messages don't get through. How far back did you say it? Because was it before or after we were talking about flintlock rifles? Yeah, sorry. I get worried. After. Yeah, see, I'm not seeing... When you said it, yeah. I don't think that message came through, dude. I'm being serious. I don't think, because we were talking about flintlock rifles and everything. Talking about Sierra Leone. Hello, Levi. Asked if I was winning, son. Small brain. Brain go burr. Pinned him down. Hey, you kinky bastard. Hold your fire. And he said, okay, bang. And then I went on the break. And then, yeah, that's where he said it. So, like, yeah. Like, I don't think, if you sent that message, I apologize. I don't think it got through. Which, yeah, sorry, apologies. This is the thing, because I feel like sometimes I miss messages, because when I'm watching the VOD, I see messages, and I'm like, why did I not respond to that? Like, why did I not respond to that? The one I said, oh, okay, so he was knifed and died. Okay, cool. And then we were talking about latency. So, yeah, sorry, I think we're both getting confused. Sorry. Right, so have I completed a chapter? Does that mean? Does that mean we've completed a chapter? The escape? No, there's still people we're not sure about in the escape, apparently. But, you know, I suppose they count as disappearances because they're not deaths. Okay, so those slashes sometimes mean... Okay, so it's just that it's kind of just the doom we've got to pin down now. Who survived and escaped. So yeah, this guy, this unknown seaman, was blasted by an explosion. So is his name Charlie? Or have we already... Yeah, Charles Minor is the bosun's mate. Oh, was it Frank? That's it. He can only be one of these people. There just aren't many people he could be. So he's blasted by an explosion. Is he the other midshipman? I think he might be, you know. I think he might, because he might be Pete. Because they said they were gonna... He was trying to pull him back with the rope. That guy that got knifed. So yeah, the location of the corpse is right there. Yeah, so that's him. So, he's Pete. Yeah, so that's correct. Peter Mirai was the midshipman who was blasted by an explosion. He was saying, tell Pete's mum I tried to pull him back, but the rope... Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So we know who that is. That's this guy who hasn't been torn apart yet, but he will be. This guy's the armaments guy. He's the gunner's mate. Ah, this person, unknown soul. Was he a topman? I think he might be that topman, I think. So he was thrown overboard. Like I said earlier, chat, a lot of them got thrown overboard. Fell overboard. Okay, so we got one potential. And I think we've got two that we're definitely sure on. So this guy. So I've kind of got to leave a name on there because we are getting to the stage now where just, yeah, there's only so many people they could be, so I just need to start putting the names down and then waiting for things to connect. So we know that's probably correct. We just need one more person. So he was present during this memory, which makes him a seaman. Or a top man. So... he was here. He was there. Right, okay. So, he was there when that person got shot. I was here as well. Yeah, he was up here. So I reckon he got thrown from the rigging. I reckon he fell overboard. Yep. Because he was up there as well. So yeah. Yep, that was Omid Goal. Cool. Oh, chat. We're getting close. We've only got 6 people left, do you reckon? Thank you for the GGs. We've only got 6 people left. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it, but, you know, there's only so many things that could have happened to these people since. There's only so many people left to question. There just aren't a whole lot of people left to question. Because, yeah, I feel the thing is, I feel once I've got 2 right that I'm sure of, I need to cycle, like, who was torn apart by the beast. I need to cycle that guy's name through the list because he's, even though I feel like he should be the Frenchman that the bosun was talking about. Maybe they were just friends and he wasn't actually the bosun's mate. This guy also speared by a beast. I think this guy, the captain steward, no idea what happened to him. And these topmen, we just don't know. But I mean, I feel like we could start putting down. I feel like we could start putting down that the topmen were thrown overboard. I think a lot of the topmen are going to be fallen overboard, I think. So any unknown topmen. We've got 1 person in the Doom we're not sure about. The escape. Everybody's accounted for, I think. I checked last time. Yeah, everyone's accounted for in the escape. So, oh shit. The end, I'm pretty sure everyone's accounted for. Yeah. So yeah, we haven't got that many left. I think we're gonna have to start taking guesses at some of these because yeah, loose cargo. Yeah, it was the beginning. So loose cargo, the murder, the calling. Unholy captives. So, this guy. So he's a seaman. He's a seaman. So I think he's a seaman as well. Because there aren't that many seamen left. Because I don't think... Yeah, because it's only topman and seaman we've got left. So I think he could be that one there. We know that he was spiked by a terrible beast. This guy... Oh. Who could he be? Yeah, because his clothing, I think he had striped trousers, and I think striped trousers would make him either a topman or a seaman, which makes sense because that's all we've got left. He was killed with a sword by the captain's steward, we believe. And yeah, do you know what? I want to look at that scene again. So that is all the way down the cargo held by the... Oh yeah, I know. Because it's just his leg. It's just the only remains are his leg, which is a bit grim. So close, yes. I feel like we're closing in. It's all coming together. All the pieces are starting to slot into place like a house of cards. Checkmate. Zaf Brannigan, man. Oh, what a fucking manifestation. So yeah, so this guy, his leg was cut off with a sword. And he's kind of wearing striped trousers. And he is... So that's him. Yeah. So, there's only so many people he could be. He's got to be a topman or a seaman. I don't think he's a topman. I think he's a seaman. I think he's got to be a seaman. And there's only one of them left. I think he's got to be a seaman. This guy's got to be a topman. Like I say, as we get down to it, there's only so many choices, and you can kind of like roughly guess. Dum dum. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, we've only got like 3 or 4 left. I think 5, maybe 6. Will you get 6 in there? No, they spread out quite a lot at the top, don't they? So I think we might only have 3 left, and I'm fairly certain we should just be able to fucking strong arm it from there. Who have we not accounted for? Martin Perot, we don't know. Charles Minor, Charles, we still don't know. He was definitely torn apart by a beast, but maybe that wasn't Charles Minor. Who have we got left? Who have we got left? Because maybe that's the guy that was torn apart by a beast. And he was... He was fucking thrown in the lazarette, wasn't he? Well, I think he fucking... Yeah. Because he's the only topman that isn't accounted for, right? We've got all the seamen. All the seamen. So, yeah, there's got to be one topman we haven't accounted for. Oh, none of them will register. Unless they're selectable. That's handy. Two more fates. Oh, so there's only 2 this time. Right. It was, so yeah. So who's the bosun's mate? The only one I think I know is the tattoo bloke. Yeah. So he wasn't. He wasn't. That was, yeah. That one definitely threw me. So, do you know what? I think we might get this tonight, chat. We might fucking get this tonight. I don't have anything else to play. So I'll be booting up Battlefield because I saw somebody who I really enjoy playing with is is on. So speared by beast, Sweden, we don't know. So this guy, because yeah, we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Yeah, we've got 50, so we've only got 4 left. Oh, I think it was daytime and it just became nighttime when I logged in. Oh, yeah. Maybe not. So yeah. Just go through and find anyone that isn't accounted for anywhere. So yeah, so is this guy not the ship's steward? That's it. He's got to be. He's got to be one of these people. No. And this guy, who the fuck could they be? Could they be the bosun's mate? Maybe? Because I don't think they're Philip Dahl. I think they're the bosun's mate then. They must be. Because they're not an officer's mate. Because they would have the black shirt with the collar. But I think he might be the bosun's mate. Yeah, because there's only a handful of people left. This is the thing. There just can't be that many variables. They just can't. Because this guy was definitely spiked. So, I don't know what else we could put down. Clawed by a terrible beast? Yeah, I swear he was spiked. And yeah, there just aren't that many left. We really don't. I mean, I think that's the captain's steward. I think. Because yeah, I'm trying to remember now. I haven't seen anybody using a bosun's whistle. Martin Perot, I don't know where this fucker got to. I don't know how this fucker got away with it, but I can't find the fucker anywhere. This guy, he's fucking all over the place. And he doesn't say where he disappeared. So I think maybe he's, you know, waiting for so long to realise that Maba's tattoos were Polynesian. Yeah, I thought his tattoos seemed a bit... He's obviously a character that's very tattooed, and that's obviously very apparent. He's not wearing a shirt. The tattoos are very clear. So yeah. But yeah, he gets torn apart, and there's a guy who's like, where's my Frenchman? They tell him he was torn apart. So it's like, the French guy was torn apart. Which, yeah. But we figured out it was, yeah, he was torn apart, but he wasn't, he's not a Frenchman. He's French Polynesia, I suppose. Yeah, French Polynesia. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that was very sneaky. That was very sneaky. That was a bit of a red herring. Okay, that's fair. That's fair, because it is French Polynesia, isn't it? Yeah, French Polynesia. One of those weird things that France conquered. France conquered a bunch of stuff and then sort of gave it back the same way we did. Maybe not to the same regard, but yeah, they're all the way out in the middle of fucking nowhere, but they speak French, I suppose. And yeah, okay, that was a good red herring. I think that's pretty fair. It's pretty fair. So yeah, I can't figure out how this guy doesn't have a fate. He's all over the fucking place because he goes here to here. He was here, and he went to there. He was part of that as well. He was there when that guy succumbed to the illness. He was there when that guy got his leg fucking chopped. So yeah. I think maybe this guy's the bosun's mate. Disappeared in the dome. Because yeah, it says 12 others were present. So maybe he was torn apart by a beast as well. Because, yeah, there's only so many people he could be. He could be the captain's steward, but he's not wearing a steward's uniform. He could be the ship's steward, but he's not, doesn't look like he's from India, and also he's not wearing the steward's uniform. He's got to be the bosun's mate. Kind of has to be, right? Because we know Martin Perot, but we don't know his fate. We know that guy, and we know that guy. But we don't know how they died. The Philip Dahl was locked up, so maybe he was clawed by the beast in the lazarette. I could try putting that down. So I could put him down as the bosun's mate, and we could say that he fell overboard, or that he was torn apart by a beast. And then we could put down that this guy was locked up in the lazarette. So yeah, he was here when that guy got shot. And he was there for that as well. Bald guy with a beard. So he was definitely throwing the lazarette. So yeah, I need to go down to the that one again, and I'm going to see if I can put down that he was clawed by a beast, because I think they also locked a beast in the lazarette as well. So down here, where this guy's leg got chopped off.
Keep pressure here.
So how do I specify a cause of death?
What madness is this?
What madness is this? So this was... When was this? This was... Because I got this guy's death, right? Oh shit. This guy. Fucking come on. Come on! What the fuck? Select this guy. Fuck. Yeah, this guy was killed with a sword by Philip Dahl, who's the captain's steward. So this is Philip Dahl, the captain's steward. He's definitely the captain's steward. Just can't seem to fucking put a cause of death. This guy, the bosun. I suppose he would be nearby as the bosun's mate. He disappeared in the Doom. And he was present right up until the end when Abigail was hit with that. So he was present when they died. So where was he? I think he was fighting with I think he was fighting with the beast. Apparently he was present during this. Yeah, he was fighting with the beast. But does that mean that he fell overboard to his death? Does it mean that he was crushed by a beast? Does it mean that he was does it mean that he was torn apart, struck by... No, there's no option there for tentacle, so he was torn apart by a beast as best as I can imagine. This guy was torn apart by a terrible beast. So yeah, he's in this literally in the same situation. So unless this guy fell overboard, he was here at the very end of this chapter. So Because yeah, there's a handful of people. Because with this guy, I can select him from the map and I can choose. But with Martin Perot, I can't. All I can do is select who he is. So I think something happens to him in the bargain because there's no disappearance or anything here. So I don't think I can choose his fate. I think I have to leave him as whatever. But he's definitely an officer, a third mate. No. He would be an officer. Or would he be a third mate? Because he's not... Yeah, no, he's not a steward to a... so he's a third mate, okay. So yeah. So the only people I've got left to actually figure out that I can actually change anything. We can't do anything with Martin Perot, so he has to remain unknown. We've got Charles Minor, the bosun's mate, and we've got this guy and Philip Dahl. So Philip Dahl also is this kind of thing, so I don't think I can do anything with him. This guy, who we're pretty certain must be the ship's steward, I don't know if there's anything. Because maybe the thing shoved its claw through. Maybe that's what it is. But yes, please excuse me, chat. We do have one more ad break to play. Well, another ad break to play. Sorry. Sorry, I'm thinking about if I do finish this game, I'll have to just boot up Battlefield 6 and stream that until the end of the night. But yes, we do have an ad break coming up either way. So I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips. I'm going to do a quick stretch, move my legs around a little bit. I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. But yeah, we're closing in on it. There's only so many variables that are left, so I could just strong arm it, but it might take forever and it would be boring. So I want to still try and figure out who I can, because as long as I can get one of these people right, if I can get a guaranteed cause of death or a guaranteed person, that removes one of the sort of magnitudes of, because obviously you've got 5 or 6 different, maybe there's like 7 or 8 different kinds of death, and some of them have sub menus. So you're adding orders of magnitude to the variables and the various different combinations that could exist. So I could strong arm it, but I won't. I'll try and figure it out. There's a couple of people here that we can't work out. So I think actually all I've got to do is just fucking figure out what happens to one of these people, and then the other 2 will be explained in the bargain, but that'll be when I leave. I'll have to leave the ship once I'm done, and then the bargain will be, I think that's what's going to happen. Anyway, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back. And it's very, very powerful that I wanted to amass as much money and guns and loot and everything. I wanted to have all the best loot. I wanted to have a bunch of money. I wanted to have all the guns. I wanted to upgrade all the guns. I wanted to have all the best stuff. And then I realised Arthur Morgan was going to die, and it made me realise that none of that shit actually matters. And that, hands down, is one of the most significant things a game has made me feel for a very long time. I suddenly didn't give a fuck about the money. I didn't give a fuck about getting a cool hat or a cool gun with engravings on it. And I gave away as much money as I fucking could. I fucking did so many missions, and I refused to accept rewards, and I gave people money because I realised I wasn't going to need it. I just didn't want to be a loot goblin. I realised I didn't need to have these, but there was no point. Much like lasagna, right? The thing about lasagna, you can put another lasagna on top of a lasagna, and you just have a bigger lasagna. And that's the true power of lasagna, right? Is that it stacks almost infinitely. You want the last hit, dude? You can take the last hit if you want. I'll distract him if you want. Get him! Get him! Go on, let's go! Let's fucking go, dude. GG. GG. Let's fucking go.
Let me do a save here because I know from experience that yeah, this bit could go massively wrong. Oh, no.
Right, what's wrong?
Hey, can you not run along that and jump on the pipe? Is that not what we do?
$9.60 on the counter. Another $9.60 on the counter. Need more replay, but yeah, exactly. Okay, so yeah, it's not that bad, but wasn't there just a guy? I swear there was a guy there looking like suddenly his mate got shot. Am I going blind? Let me just. Oh shit. There's two of them. Can they hit each other? Ah. Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Can it be done? Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Sit down. Sit down. Well, there you go.
Looking good. Get out of this cactus.
Oh, 15 mil.
I can do.
You know, let that clip play out. Like the fucking nuke builds that I've seen people do with Mael, like how, like, yeah, it takes you 78 tries, but if you get all of the things to line up, you can do like millions and millions of damage. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I've made myself a lemsip because I think my voice is getting a bit funny. Anyway, let us continue. Because yeah, this geezer, he must get pulled overboard by this beast. This guy got pulled out, torn apart by that beast, and he is arguably causing way more of a problem for the beast than this guy was. This guy might have got his sword in there, but yeah. You get this guy sorted? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yes, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Because as I say, there's only so many variables left. There just aren't enough people. As long as we've got a vague idea of how they perished, we can kind of put it in there. Surely. Surely. Because, yeah, we got a steward, and we got a captain steward. And we've got a third mate, so we can't do anything with the third mate. And we can't do anything with the captain steward. So it's only really this guy. And that other guy, right? This guy. Realistically. Krill, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Just heard you get hard. Enjoy your daily bread, my dude. A 10-stream streak. I think you've got a problem. But no, thank you for the streak, dude. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Some of you motherfuckers are on like 70-stream streak, and I'm like, God damn. It's so sweet of you. Thank you. Because I don't know where I need to go to sort of finagle these last few guys. Please don't take that literally. Finagle the cause of death on these guys. Because, yeah. Because he was definitely... It's down there, isn't it? Can't remember what deck it's on. If I throw a colleague over the bridge for being a fucking idiot and annoying, doesn't listen to... Is that illegal or not? I mean, it depends if they were annoying the police as well. Because this is the thing, right? You know. Like, if somebody was really annoying and you slapped them and they called the police and then they were really annoying to the police as well, I'm pretty sure the police... I'd like to think, probably not, but I'd like to think that the policeman would be like, man, this guy is such a fucking dickhead. Like, I want to slap him. So I can't really fucking collar somebody for giving this guy one round the ear roll. Because, yeah, this guy fucking needs one in the ear roll. Say self-defense. I don't know if throwing somebody could ever be considered self-defense because, like... There's no defensive factor involved in throwing somebody. Like, it is 100% aggression. It's not like somebody attack. I suppose if somebody attacks you and then you pick them up and throw them, that might be considered. Yeah, actually, no, I suppose you could. Self-defense for one's mental health. Yeah. You know. But then, you know, if you were to win that lawsuit, you would kick off a precedent where a precedent where like so many people would start taking their colleagues to fucking court. And this is the thing. Sometimes the courts, right? They know a case makes sense. I guarantee you, right? I can't prove it, but allegedly, to save my skin, because I'm broadcasting and live on the internet right now. But I guarantee you, right? Allegedly, that there's a case where they're like, you know what? The person they're accusing is definitely like a twat. And they definitely deserve some kind of punishment. But if I fucking convict them of something, I'm going to have to do this with so many other people. So many other people are going to bring somebody before me to my chambers for me to pass judgment on, literally. And I'm going to have to do this for so much, so they won't let those floodgates open, right? Because, yeah, like, I remember at one point, I said to one of my jobs, I said to my manager, I was like, what's the worst thing I can do that won't get me fired, that will get me sent home? And he looked at me, he was like, you're actually a prick. Like, what are you saying? I was like, what's something so bad that it would get me sent home, but I wouldn't lose my job for it? It was like, I'm not even going to start looking that up in the handbook. Get back to work. Because I was like, surely there's a threshold, right? Surely there's a threshold where something is so bad they send you home, but you won't immediately lose your job for it. If you've got a few disciplinaries on the rack, then yeah, you can't muck around, right? And that's unfortunately what a lot of companies do, right? I think they may have changed it now, but I remember when the disciplinary structure first kind of started coming in, you weren't allowed to dismiss somebody without giving them disciplinary action 3 times. So immediately everybody got 2 disciplinaries for fucking anything. Like anything. Like somebody had to have 3 disciplinary actions and you had to have a PIP. A performance improvement plan. How about you suck this PIP? But yeah, like you had to have 3 on file before they could legally dismiss you. Otherwise, you could take them to court for unfair dismissal. So miraculously, everybody everywhere in the country racked up 2 disciplinaries immediately. Like within 4 years, everybody was on 2 disciplinaries in every job, so that the one more fuck up would get you the boot. And I was like, yeah, this is it. The government, they mandate something, they legislate something, they put something into law, or whatever you want to, however you want to fucking describe the damn process. But yeah, the end result is the companies find a way around it, and they always do. And that's because, like, literally, the person in government is never the smartest person in the equation. I don't know what it is or how it works out, but yeah, the person in government is literally never the smartest person in the equation when it comes to the economy, when it comes to job regulations and employment regulations, employment law, the housing market, and the economy in general. No matter how many people they throw, how many tax pounds, how much tax and how many people they throw at the economic inconsistencies and problems of this country, there is always a group of people on the other side who are freelance economists who absolutely dismantle any structure that the government tries to establish. It's such a fucking fool's errand. Because they realise that if they don't leave enough profit in there, everyone will take their money elsewhere and the economy would actually collapse. So I know, Bubba, it's terrible, isn't it? Terrible. Sorry, cat wants to get involved. Shush, stop being dramatic. You tail out of my face. Boss has given us punishment work picking up the same stuff now together, basically the same shit but quite different. In pouring rain, 3 idiots to manage, losing my mind middle of the night too. So because it's raining, so we couldn't put asphalt, we got a building job, big ass building fences. Politicians are parasites. Yeah, that's true. You got to build fences and stuff. Man, like before. Because when you put a fence post in the ground, first of all, you got to dig a hole like as far down as you can. You have this really weird long pointed spade that's like curved, and you've got to fucking like work the edges of the hole. Shut up. And then like you've got to basically arm's depth like get in there and dig out, because you can't get a shovel in there, and the shovel you're using ain't gonna get. So you've got to get in there and get your hand and then you put the post in there, and you get this like it's like this big weight on the end of a tube with handles, and you whack the damn thing down there. Then you pull the pug around the outside to cement it in place. But yeah, fucking digging fence post holes is fucking brutal if you're doing it by hand. But I imagine, I hope you've got a machine, and if it's pissing down with rain, I hope the ground is soft. The only problem is you put your posts in the ground and when it's soft, they won't be where you left them, unfortunately, because the ground will be soft and they'll move. But if you're building a really sort of sturdy fence, sometimes it can hold itself together. But anyway. But yes, politicians are parasites, and they're just trying to fill their pockets. It's no wonder they regulate things in a way that allows other people to fill their pockets. But heaven forbid the working class even so much as put anything in their pocket. No, let's bleed them dry. Let's bleed the working class dry, and then complain that all the various different sectors of the economy are fucking imploding under their own weight. And let's blame the generation that basically has to work for minimum wage for 60 hours a week just to survive. Why aren't young people going out anymore? Why is the pub sector failing? Why is the entertainment sector in general, the tourism sector failing? Why is everything failing? Because nobody can afford to fucking do anything. We're giving all of our money to EDF and fucking Tesco. You know, because you didn't get those cunts under control in the first place, did you? You had the fucking minerals to say to Tesco, listen, if you want to fucking price gouge the fuck out of the public, you better be fucking paying your tax. Because we're going to have to support these cunts. Because this is it. Everyone's like, oh, the government shouldn't be paying to fucking support people. The supermarket shouldn't be fucking skinting them out in the fucking first place. You know, getting some fucking bread and some eggs and some fruit and a fucking mixed diet, which you're entitled to in a first world country because you fucking import everything, you know. But now the supermarkets just fucking jack the price of everything through the fucking roof. The second there's any sort of economic instability, the price of milk and eggs has doubled in the last 3 weeks. And then obviously the economic instability proves to be nowhere near as severe as we first, anticipated. But do the supermarkets put the prices down? No. I've literally, in my life, I have never gone to the shop and been like, oh, that's £2.89 instead of £3.60. Ah, that's interesting. Never, literally never. It has always been the case that 3 days before payday, I think, right, I can get that bread, I can get that milk, I can get those eggs, I can get those oranges, those apples, those bananas, I can get that red meat, mince. It's not very good, but it's cheap. And I get there, and half of the prices have changed from like a week ago. And I'm like, fuck off. Now they're bringing in the fucking e-ink displays so they can change the labels like literally at the drop of a hat with a computer, so they can dynamically price surge price items and stuff dependent on external factors. And it's like, I am going to have so much fun pushing my thumb and accidentally bumping into those things whenever I pick things up. Like, I'm going to go to the fucking aisle that has any kind of glass bottle, and I'm going to go, do I want this? No. Whoops. I'm going to bang the glass bottle into the screen when I put it back. And yeah, cat food in tins, any kind of baked beans in tins, anything that comes in a metal container or a glass container, I'm going to pick it up, I'm going to look at the label, pretend to read it, and I'm going to bump into the e-ink display when I put it back. And hopefully, if we all do that, allegedly, I'm not going to tell people what to do. I'm not mounting an attack on supermarkets. But if enough people break enough of them, and I'm pretty sure people will, even if it isn't me, people will break them. And then customers will constantly be asking the price of things. And the kids won't be able to say what it was this morning because it may have changed. The screen's broken, you can't tell. They're going to have to go look up on the database that's being updated to see what the price is, or just scan the damn thing. But yeah, what I want to know is what happens. Celtic Seer and Ferret, welcome in, dude. It's good to see you. Evening, Mr. Crumbs at all. I'm actually going to smash the card before I pay £1 more than £1 for a drink. Yeah. So, one question I have about these e-ink surge dynamic price screens: if I put something in my basket when I'm wandering about, but while I'm wandering about, the price changes. When I get to the till, what's going to happen? Because if that's the case, there's going to be a fucking mountain of goods sitting there at the tills because people can't afford to buy it when they thought they could. Like, there's going to be a fucking... And do you know what? It's already bad enough. I don't ever take the first item on the shelf. I always dig for the one at the back, because the one that's on the front may have been taken off by some clown, put down somewhere because they changed their mind. They take things from the chilled aisle and they put them down on the shelf somewhere else. Then somebody who works for the shop picks it up and just puts it back, but that's been warmed up to room temperature and then cooled back down again. So it won't last until the best before date or the use by date. It won't last that long. That pisses me off so much. Whenever I get something home, it's like, I got a week to eat that, and then 3 days later I go to cook it and it fucking smells like really, really sour. I'm like, great. So I guess I'm not having that for dinner. So now, rather than cooking what I was going to cook for dinner, I've got to get in the car, destroy the atmosphere, use a bunch of petrol, go to the fucking supermarket to pick something else up, which is fucking half out of date already, to get it home, to cook it, to eat it. And I'm like, oh my God. Why is everything so fucking shit? I'm so unwell, and it's made me so mentally fucking miserable, and I'm trying so hard to be positive, but Jesus Christ, the United Kingdom is such a fucking scam. Everything is such a fucking scam in this country. One night knows how much e-ink displays have existed in Sweden for 20 years. Yeah, but in Sweden, they aren't price gouging the fuck out of the public. Like, you need to understand, Tesco, Sainsbury's, like, they are literally, like, evil. Like, they are morally bankrupt. Like, whenever something goes wrong, they jack the price up of things, and that means people can't fucking eat. And the government is like, whoa, we can't, they've got too much money and too much power, we can't fucking go up against them because we'll lose and then end up spending a bunch of taxpayer money paying the legal fees. But they literally jack the price of things up. At the moment something goes wrong, the supermarkets like add 20% to everything. The price of food, and it's the one thing, even if there isn't economic instability, the one thing is people find receipts from 5, 6, 10 years ago and they're fucking blown away. Orange squash used to cost like 17 pence. You know, some eggs used to cost £1.12. Some milk used to cost 90 pence for a certain amount. butter used to cost like £2. It's ridiculous, and it's fucking supermarkets. They're just fucking price gouging the fuck out of the British public. It's a piss take, and the government's so spineless they won't get a fucking handle on it. And yeah, it pisses me off. Welcome to the reality of the US under hedge. Yeah. Also, people can't be bothered to do shit themselves because companies orchestrate it, like so now the majority depend on whatever price they offer. Well, this is the other thing, is that if you pay the working class dog shit wages, they work more hours because they have to. And when you have the working class working more hours, they have less time to do things they're capable of doing themselves that they have to pay for somebody else to do, which aligns perfectly with the services-based economy that Margaret Thatcher kind of started a pivot. I mean, it wasn't just Thatcher, but Thatcher going after the industrial sector kind of pivoted the UK towards a services-based economy because of the wealth within the economy. Because we in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, we were a fairly wealthy economy. So a services-based economy where people have money to spend on services, it creates a bunch of jobs. It's not an awful idea. The problem is, if you pay the fucking working class dog shit wages, not only can they not engage with the services of said services-based economy, the economy itself starts to fail because nobody's spending money on these things. Like they haven't got the time because they're working all the fucking time, but they can't afford the services they would use to supplement the fucking time they would spend doing the things that they can't do because they haven't got the time. So it's such a shit show. And the thing is, I can articulate this problem fairly well, but I'm not a fucking economist. I'm not that smart. I'm not that clever. Right, I've just been around for 40 years now, and I've watched how fucking stupid and blind we've been as a country. We had it. It was a first world country that everybody wanted to be a part of. Like, it's a tiny little country, but we were a fucking massive economy. We are still like the 6th biggest. We used to be the 5th. We're the 6th biggest economy in the world. But quality of life, we are 33rd. Right? How many countries of England's wealth are there that could be in that list? Think about how many countries there are in the list, right? From 32 to 1. Think of the economies in that. If we're 6th, right? At least 20 of those places must have an economy worse than us, right? And at 6th, we'd be 24. But, like, there are 24 countries that have a worse economy than us that have a better quality of life. 24 countries, not like, towns, cities. 24 countries have a better quality of life than the UK. Anyway, excuse me, I need a meme to lighten the mood. Pay £7 for butter. Yeah, butter isn't cheap in the UK anymore either. Dairy fucking went crazy, and now butter's fucking crazy. Welcome to the reality of the US. Trump, you guys have more stores. He lives in England. No, he does, but it's worse. Yeah, the US is getting fucked as well. It's fucked. Everything's fucked. Talk about why has this come about? But the Jaffa cakes have gone up, ain't they? I don't know. Like, I mean, is there like a price over time for Jaffa cakes? It's not a fucking economic asset, is it? It's not a speculative asset, so price over time. Am I going bloody mental? Jaffa cakes got smaller. What a Reddit post. We won't. As of May 2026, a standard 10 packs of McVitie's Jaffa cakes typically cost between £1 and £1.65, with twin packs to get £1. Product famously underwent shrinkflation, reducing packs from 12 to 10. Prices fluctuating. So RPI 99p and £1.89 respectively, price per unit. But yeah, I can't find a POT for Jaffa cakes, unfortunately. But yeah, I remember them being like 60p for a pack, and that was like 12. But now you get 10 for £1.50. Because yeah, you can't even have a fucking biscuit with your brew anymore, chat. I don't want to become one of these fucking rage bait fucking podcasters, but There's so much material. The UK, if you were going to make a podcast, one of those outrage podcasts where somebody just fucking screams about something, you could do one of those. But you could do two. You could have a fucking alter ego and have another podcast covering the other half and still have enough material for both. Being outraged, just outraged about the UK. But anyway. This guy has to be a ship steward, and he was clawed by a beast. He was killed by a beast, my dudes. Like, he has to be. He was speared or spiked. So speared by a beast? Or was he spiked by a terrible beast? Tune in next. No, I'm just kidding. Because there's only so many people left. There just isn't enough people left for there to be variables left. We can't specify what happened to Philip Dahl. We've done 56, so there's 4. Out of those 4, 2 we can't even select a fate. So I'm pretty sure that means that we can't solve those ones. There's only 2 guys left. We can't select a fate for that guy. And we can't select a fate for that guy. So Charles Milner, the bosun's mate, because he has to be, right? There's no one else to select. Where was he? Because I don't think he's the Phillips steward. Because he's not the third mate. He's got to be the bosun's mate. He was down on the gun deck when... So what was he doing on the gun deck when this happened? That's that one right in the middle of the stairs. Saw this morning some NHS doctor that wouldn't treat his patient because they were gay. It sounded so fucked up and they interviewed him on TV. So it was a crazy opinion. Sixth Beach kind of 99% of the wealth in that city is in the city of London. This is the thing, is that the fucking, like, when people are like, the average salary in the UK is 50 grand. Is it fuck? Is it fuck? The average salary in central London, in fucking Savile Row, maybe. Or fucking, where else are all the rich cunts living? But yeah, the rest of us are on fucking 25, 30 grand at best, you know?
Take it slow. What's it, gentlemen?
Yeah, so he runs away.
Get back.
And that's Martin. Oh, no, it's him. That's the captain steward that he runs away. Okay. That's how he was here. He's alive in Africa. And you can make butter there, right? Yeah, you can make butter, but, you know, I live in a first world country and I'm fucking employed. I shouldn't have to make butter, you know. I'm not living in the fucking dark ages, you know. You can just put milk in a jar and shake the fuck out of it, but yeah, like, like I should be able to fucking buy butter, like, you know. Because at that point, then, yeah, the cabin in the woods, I've spoken about this before, I'm going to fuck off and live in a cabin in the woods. As long as I can have the internet, then, yeah, I can stream and I can still access media in various different formats and ways. But yeah, like, you know, that's the sort of thing where I would make my own butter if I lived in the middle of nowhere, bake my own bread, obviously, grow some vegetables, of course, you know, try and get by without needing supermarkets, because yeah, it's pretty clear the supermarkets are going to try and fucking bleed everyone dry. Anyway, try to talk about something a little bit more cheery. I apologise. Used to be the biggest price indicators were bread, milk and beer. Yeah, and like, I mean, culturally over time, wealth indicators have changed, and there's this kind of oil and water situation where the very wealthy, they are so obsessed with not being mistaken for the peasantry, as they would consider them. So whereas plastic surgery and cosmetic treatments used to be primarily, you know, undertaken by, or, you know, paid for or done by people with wealth, because cosmetic surgery has got cheaper, people flying to Turkey, it's terrifying, but yeah. Apparently wealthy people are now having cosmetic surgery to make themselves not look like they had the traditional cosmetic surgeries, because it's no longer a signifier of wealth, and that's how petty and pathetic they are. But yeah, the wealthy elite will forever try and do the opposite of what the working class is doing. So whenever something ceases to be a signifier of wealth and becomes kind of commonplace in the working class, the wealth will completely abandon it. And when you understand that, you suddenly realize why so many of these fucking super expensive brands will do absolutely anything to stop their goods falling into the hands
Daddy
of the
Dennis
working
says,
class.
how bad
Anyway.
is the economy? 20 years ago we had Johnny Cash, Bob Hope, and Steve Jobs. Today we have no cash, no hope, and no jobs.
Yeah. Exactly. But yes, apologies. I might have scrolled up quickly. It is very dramatic, yeah. How many rubles for a Big Mac? God knows. God knows. Being in the state, my point was my boss is an idiot. The Jaffa Cake Index, yeah. It used to be the biggest price, and it goes for bread, milk, and beer. Big Mac Index is pretty. Yeah, I mean, the price of Freddo, the UK economy, the price of Freddos is also an indicator as well. Ain't no POT, there is a PT chat. It means piss take. Yeah, the price is a piss take. I mean, I'd subscribe to that. Crumbs, exactly. This is it. The thing is, I go off on a fucking rant and people love them. But if it didn't fucking spike my blood pressure and make me stressed, I'd just do that all the time, because people love hearing me complain about things. But I don't want to be negative all the time. I want to be positive, you know, if I can. It's just at the moment, the UK, there's very fucking little to be positive about, especially when you have long COVID. Scary to tell you that Aldi sell, they're very price stable in the last 10 years. Yeah, some supermarkets do try and keep it, you know, they try and keep it real, but let's be honest, they all fall. Yeah, the thing is, they'll fall on hard times financially and be bought out by Tesco, who's got billions in profits because they've been price gouging. So it's just, yeah, like you either play that game and stay independent, or you fucking wane your fucking financial status away until you get bought out rather than going under. So yeah. Big Mac Index shows basically if it's going to be a recession, don't have the rubles. Yeah, and also the recession indicators as well. Like there was this Mexican guy in America. He was like, do you know what my recession indicator was? I ordered food and it was delivered by a white woman. But yeah, recession indicators. People were talking about how their friends are now doing things that clearly state that they are struggling like crazy, but they don't want to say it. And yeah. 25k per year, that's fucked up. Yeah, a lot. I mean, a lot of people are on 23, 24. Some people are on 25, some people are more than that. But yeah, very few of us are earning more than 40 grand a year. Only a handful of people I know that are on 40 grand a year or more. And yeah, 50 grand is a complete fabrication. Like, you know, you might have a handful of people on 50k, but if they're in London on 50k, it's the same as where I live on 30, you know. It's, you know, it just equates to that. It's just how much money you spend to exist. Still find it weird that Savile Row is still a thing. You think after Jimmy was found to be a nonce, they want to get away from that connection. Yeah, I'm not sure. Seems so. He's only famous Savile. No, I bet not. It wasn't. You're right. Yeah, exactly. Savile Row was named after a lady, Dorothy Savile, the wife of the 3rd Earl of Burlington, Richard Boyle. Developed in the 1730s as a part of the Burlington estate in Mayfair, London, the street was named to honour her, with an area originally serving as a fashionable residential location for military officers and nobility. There you go. Little bit of history for you, chat. We can put down. We can put educational in the tags now because we learned something. Probably a nicer lady. Besides, Jimmy Savile was born in Yorkshire. Yeah, and a massive fucking nonce. Like 50 years and Row was existed. Yeah, it was hundreds of years before. In fact, the surname Savile probably comes from people that worked in that area in the 1800s. They were probably Savilers, because lots of UK names. Yeah, you've got, you know, Smith, if they were a Smith of some sort, Stone or whatever. Mason, and a bunch of other UK names. They're just the name of the descendants' occupation in like 1700s. But they've now become sort of surnames because people marry and have kids and carry surnames around. Fredos haven't had those in years. Yeah, they're too expensive these days. I enjoy hearing you complain about things because I relate to them so much. Yeah, this is it. But I don't want to be a doom and gloom streamer. That delivery driver was probably me. Sorry. Changed name because he had a lot of honours. It came. This is it. That was one of the fucking real low points for the the knighthood. Because I was it. I don't know if it was Bob Villain. Maybe it was Bob, or maybe it was somebody else. But there was a brother, and I think for some musical stuff, he was awarded an OBE, but he turned it down because the OBE was put into place during a time because when black people were treated incredibly poorly, terribly. So the award to him is being ushered into a company that disagrees with his morals and his ethics, and I think it's perfectly fine. But he turned it down, even though as a musician, it's a really high honour. I think OBE is for creative arts and stuff. I'm not sure. I need to double check it, but I think it was an OBE. It might have even been a knighthood, but they turned it down. They were like, "I'm not." The British monarchy was complicit and or responsible for slavery, so I'm not accepting a fucking awards from them. It was a really, really strong moral stance to take. I respect it a lot. Delivery driver was probably me. Average in Sweden is like 50, but higher prices. Well, this is it. It's people look at the UK and say people get paid a lot of money compared to other parts of the world, but in Europe, lots and lots of things are way cheaper. Like so many foods, and there's so many more regulations that keep things in check. And people are like, "Oh, there's so many regulations in the EU." I'm like, "Yeah, but look how happy the people are." Look how many people aren't having heart attacks at 57. Look how many people aren't fucking on all kinds of medication by the time they're 50. Look at how many people are healthier and happier, and just generally, because if you looked at how many people are in therapy in the UK versus how many people are in therapy in Europe, I think it would fucking tell you everything you need to know about the quality of life in Europe and how things work over there, to be honest. But yeah. Just got access to kids, probably Epstein's buddy. Oh yeah, I haven't heard anybody drawing comparisons or adjacencies between Savile and Epstein, but yeah. Even Bono got knighted. He was a certain knight. Yeah, he got knighted. Anyway, this is it, chat. There can only be so many more fucking options to get. I need to finish this game. I'm not stalling because I've got another 2 hours of stream, I promise. One other hour and 15 minutes, sorry. But there's only so many options I can choose. Because, there's not that many people left. We don't know how this guy died, but we can't specify. So it's just this guy who's the ship's steward. And he perished in Soldiers at Sea. Here. And we think he was spiked by a terrible beast. And I'm pretty certain of that. So now... it's just the other guy, who I don't know where he is, but he was present for this.
Hok Seng Lao, you have been found guilty by self-confession of the murder of Nunzio Pasquale.
Quiet.
As captain of this ship, and by the authority of the East India Company.
Because, he's got to be the bosun's mate, because that's like the only guy left. He's got to be the bosun's mate. And is he alive in Africa? No. Is he alive in Canary Islands? No. Is he alive in the Azores? No. Is he alive in the United Kingdom? No. So he was there for that.
And thus the crown of England. I sentence you to death by...
Disappeared in the dome, but where? Because there's only so many options it could be. Thought he meant he was a bad guy, and so it's surprising he got knighted. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, publicly, Bono is, you know. Tell you what, chap, Lemsip without the honey. It just reminds you that the honey is so pivotal to how much nicer it is to, well, how nice Lemsip is actually probably just the fucking honey that I put in there, because that's weak as fuck. But maybe they're putting less in the packets because of price gouging, you know, shrinkflation or whatever you want to call it. But we won't start that conversation again. Because yeah, this Zungi Sarthi, this has got to be him. He's a steward's uniform. And he was definitely spiked by a beast, definitely. Philip Dahl, we can't specify, and Martin Perot, we can't specify. So all we can do is try and figure out what happened to Charles Minor. We've got to follow him through all the various memories that he's been part of.
Firing line. Mr.
He was here. There, we checked there. So what was he doing during this?
Wait, you are ready.
Right, sir. Ready, men. Aim. Fire.
So yeah, where was he during this? He managed to chop, and he threw her. So he was here trying to fight the beast. When that guy was getting torn apart. So, and that happened at 35 minutes past 7 or 20 to 8. Abigail's death, I think we've worked out. Abigail's death was just after that, or was it the same time? That's just after. So, he's fighting the guy there. He's fighting the beast there. So at the time of Abigail's death, which was 20 to 8, So I need to know who died. I'll tell you what, it's a good thing all these deaths happened within a 24-hour window. Otherwise, this pocket watch mechanic would be really difficult because you'd be like, whoa, which half? When did that happen? When did that actually happen? Trouble is, I need to make sure I've got access to the deck. Even if I do find somebody that died roughly at the right time. Got to make sure I've got access to the deck. Because if I check this guy, we can only be in this hallway. Yeah, that was before. It was earlier. Due to context, I thought it meant he was a bad guy, and so it's surprising he got knighted. Yeah, well, yeah. The thing is, you know, the vetting process for being knighted is probably one of the most, you know, detailed and, you know, complex that there is. +9. That's quite a bit later. So, so yeah, the fact that it went completely by them, it is a massive, massive faux pas on the royal party's part. Knighting somebody who did all that. It just goes to show you how bad it is, you know? This stuff, like fucking... that's still 7 o'clock, isn't it? This stuff skirts underneath so many radars, you know, and it's fucking crazy how many really exuberantly wealthy or popular people turn out to be fucking pedos. It's, you know. Yeah, I can't find a corpse that will put us anywhere near, because I know there's one there, but I can only really walk around this area. So beyond that, we've selected almost every kind of death, right? I feel like we're just going to have to fucking select each kind of death and go through it, I think, because I can't. Unless he's this guy. But yeah, I suppose also what I need to do is I need to hover around the bosun's to guarantee he is the bosun's mate. Because he seems like he has to be. It seems like he has to be. The bosun mate would be here. So yeah. That's on the gun deck. Because yeah, if they're around here. Was he in his room? Was he in his room and got blasted by a cannon? No, because there would be evidence of that, wouldn't there? And the cannon wouldn't be here if he was standing by the window. Maybe. Because there's a bosun's whistle hanging up in this one, right? I don't remember seeing him use it at all. Anyone using that whistle at all. And there's a sword hanging on one of these as well. When the person was sleeping, it was quite unique. So, on the off chance, maybe he was blasted with a cannon. Who was the person that set this cannon off? It was Akbar, wasn't it? It was Akbar. I think he was a seaman. I think. Because, yeah, if he's the bosun's mate, that means he could have been in the room. He could have been in the room when this cannon went off. Blasted the fuck out of that guy. It was this guy. Abraham Akbar. Was the bosun's mate present? No, he wasn't. So, the other thing I can do is any potential causes of death where he was present. He was there for that. He was there for that as well. So let's check this one. Corpse is on the main deck there. It's one of these poor fuckers.
What the hell is going on? What do you know about these things? About the chest?
Because I also feel like he might be, but he can't be a seaman because, yeah. So, is there a chance he could be the captain's? I don't think he would, because no, I don't think he is. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like I might be just lost. Because what other ways could I narrow this guy down? I could trace his steps wherever he's present.
Shell. One shell.
What does bookmark? The thing is, I've got the whole way here. What does bookmarking memories even do? So it puts a mark when he's present somewhere. Oh, okay. So now I can see all of the memories. Okay, so if I was to go all the way to the end. The very first bookmark we see working backwards through the book will be the last known whereabouts of this person. It's not in the bargain. Okay. Okay. Ah, so he was there. Yeah, because he was fighting that thing in the Doom. And then he's one of the disappearances in the Doom. I think the bosun's mate. Just can't figure out how he died. Apologies, chat. We've got one last ad break coming to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. And then we're going to have to fucking grind this out. Yeah, I thought I could close this game out and jump over to Battlefield, but I can't. Oh, but the thing is, I need to figure this out before the end of stream. So I may have to check whether there are 4 you can't solve. We should be able to. But yeah, I'll also have to look at Martin Perot and see if I can narrow that down as well. But seeing as we can't select a fate for those 2, I feel like they're, secured in the fucking final thing. I think they'll be like the final trophy, but I'll figure out what happened to those 2 and it'll be that. But yeah. I don't want to Google anything and get spoiled, but I do need to figure out this guy and the other guy. There's 2 guys that I can select fates for that I need to. And I'm fairly certain the other guy has to be the ship's steward, and which means this guy has to be Charles Minor. So it's just their fates that I need to get more detail on. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on.
He got fucking yeeted. Fucking hell.
So we make it look like an accident, chat. They won't pin it. They won't pin the murder on us. I mean the unconsciousness on us. I have been in this exact situation numerous times in my life. This looks perfectly natural. This looks like they had a few beers, they were sitting in front of the fire, and they passed out. This looks 100% believable. So
I'm just driving around in circles because I'm nervous, guys. Should I do a Melon impression? Like, honest. Did you just see that? 3 hits just went straight through him. Nothing but air. Ridiculous. Let me guess. We can't jump up this way, but we can come back this way. Oof.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I don't know if the ad actually played or not. It says we've got another hour, but yeah, I don't feel like that was 3 minutes. Like the ad thing broke and then... But yeah, I don't know how this guy died. Because this is the last... yeah. During this is the last time we see him. As well as this other guy. So we can bookmark his memories. He didn't last long, did he? Yeah, that's just, we can see how he died. Sorry, chat. I'm really just lost now. I cannot pin this guy down. So I've just got to go through and try and... if not, I'm just going to have to leave with 2 unsolved. But I really, really don't want to do that. But yeah, I can't carry a whole stream on 2 of these guys. So he's definitely not alive. He wasn't crushed by a beast. Because, yeah, like, he just disappeared. The thing is, some of them do just fucking vanish. Like, there's, like, 5 minutes has gone by and somebody just isn't in the same area. And I don't really agree with that. I'm not super happy about that. Because this guy, he's, like... grappling the cannon. He's trying to help somebody who's being crushed by a cannon, and then Abraham Akbar's lit the cannon because they were going to shoot the beast that's got hold of it, And then his body is just not there. His body is just not there in the next scene where the guy who was trying to help has his head blown off. And the guy who has his head blown off by the cannon isn't decapitated by the cannon, even though that's an option. Yeah, this guy I really didn't appreciate because he does just vanish. The cannon goes off, so it can't be more than a few seconds that's gone by. He's grappling with the guy and trying to help him, and then the cannon goes off in that guy's face. So he must have been there. He must have been there, but his body just vanishes. It just disappears, and you can't see it out the window. But yeah, I wasn't very happy about that. And yeah, this last guy, who we've narrowed down, has to be the bosun's mate, because there's just no one else he could be. And this guy has to be the ship's steward, and he has to be spiked, because you can see him get stabbed. But he might have been speared by a terrible beast. Philip Dahl, we can't do very much of anything with. Even if we go to the memory, let me go to the memory and double check. But I don't think. But Stabby, if you're still here, you can tell me if I'm going to be unable to solve these two. If I can't solve these two and I have to leave, then I'd rather know. Because, yeah, I want to see the final cutscene and everything before we wrap up the stream. But I don't want to look it up and spoil it. I was going to look for... So there's a guy right down here, isn't it? Oh, it's his leg, isn't it? Because I wanted to check... Fuck, what did I want to... yeah, this is it. I'm coming up with so many theories in my head. Erasmussen, welcome. There are only 2 or so deaths you cannot solve before the final scene. Okay, so yes or no, the 2 deaths we can't solve. Martin Perot, we can't select anything. And the captain's steward, Philip Dahl, we can't select anything. This guy, it won't let me select a fate. I can't, I'm going to try it now. Yeah, those are the 2 that I can't solve. Okay, so there's 2 others I should be able to solve, right? Exactly, yeah. So this guy is Philip Dahl, who is the captain's steward. I can't select a fate for him. And then Martin Perot I can't solve. But there's 2 more on my list. There's 2 more on my list. There's Charles Minor, the bosun's mate. I cannot figure this guy out. I'm pretty sure there's just him. Nobody else can be selected apart from Martin Perot, who I know, and the ship's steward. I'm almost certain that guy's a steward. He's got the black shirt with the collar. I'm pretty sure he's a steward. The only steward that's left is the ship's steward. And this guy is the bosun's mate, Charles Minor. That's the only 2 people I've got left on my list. That I haven't solved. His death is referential in a scene. That's all you get regarding the Frenchman. Thank you, I appreciate that. So yeah, your mate was torn apart by a beast. So he has to be torn apart by a beast, or because the beast is the only thing that could tear him apart. So he has to be torn apart by a beast. Has to be. And then this guy was speared or spiked by a beast. Because his corpse is there. He gets spiked. But then he crawls off, and then is he clawed through was it a claw through the wall rather than a spear? Because I couldn't quite see. Because, yeah, he's walking down that walk on the outside under the deck, or on the outside of the deck, but it's inside, obviously. And he's bleeding profusely, but the spike he's taken out, that didn't kill him. He might have bled to death, and that means he was killed by the spike. But, yeah, then one of those spider things goes through the door. It goes through like a split in the wood. So I don't know whether he was stabbed, clawed by a beast, or was he speared by a beast. This is the thing. This is the thing. Because the beast they were fighting down here stabbed through the wall here. And that's what got him. Let me go back to his death moment in time. Because, yeah, he was bleeding all the way down here, so he was still alive because the blood splotches are moving. Is that a spear? Was he shot? Was he oh fuck, was he shot by somebody? Hang the fuck on, chat. Hang the fuck on. Was he shot by some... The thing is, I don't hear a gunshot. Was he shot by somebody? So I need to see the death scene. Who had a gun pointed in that direction? No. Okay, so when that thing was... Fuck, how am I gonna fucking... Because they were fighting... a beast here. No. They were fighting a beast as it was coming down the stairs. No. What fucking deck am I on? In the scene, but again, it's very faint. The art style doesn't... Yeah. I think if you might spot the shooter through the peephole. Yeah. I thought I could look through, but the beast is right in the way, and there's going to be somebody behind the beast with a gun. That's who I need to see. It's got to be on this deck because it needs to be a deck with the walk. So yeah, it was here. I'm pretty sure... Okay, maybe I do have to look through the peephole. Hang on. It was him. So if I confirm him, I can... Yeah, okay. So if I can... So this guy was shot with a gun by the bosun's mate. That was the fucking one. Thank you. Thank you for that nudge. That was all I needed. That was perfect. Thank you. That was just that little nudge was all I needed. There's nothing left to do on the Obra Dinn except leave. Proud of you, lad. Thank you, dude. That tiny little nudge was exactly what I needed. I didn't want anyone to tell me, but I was deathly afraid of Googling it and then And they say, well, once you solve these two guys, they tell you about how blah, 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 blah. No, don't spoil that bit. All I needed to know was just where I was just slightly off. All I needed to know was where I was slightly off. But yeah, we can wrap it up. Fucking perfect, dude. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you so much.
We should go. Storm's nearly about, so we won't be coming back. Finally. Sit down so you don't fall out.
I think your cameo of the game is coming up soon. But yeah, there was only 2 people left. All I had to do was just. I thought I could just. But there's too many variables in the fates. I knew one was a steward, and I knew one was the bosun's mate. It's just the cause of death. The Honourable East India Company insurance assessment of the goods ship Obra Dinn, victim of calamitous events at sea. Calamitous events at sea. Now that's a metal band. That's a metal band name if I ever heard one. Calamitous events at sea. Prepared by the Company Office of Investigation, i.e. me. The ship damaged in squall, Atlantic sunk in storm, Falmouth payment claimed £20,000. £20,000 in 1703? Fuck, that's a lot. All cargo lost, payout claimed $5,000. Cargo Crown, all cargo lost, payout claimed restitution $3,000. Captain Robert Witterell, fate, suicide gun, criminal findings, murder of crewmate 4, estate forfeited to the Crown. William Hoscott, first mate, fate, shot, gun, arbitral, criminal findings, attempted mutiny, estate fine £25. Thank you for the GG stabs. Edward Nichols, second mate, fate, shot, gun, sea tan, criminal findings, murder of crewmate 2, attempted mutiny, theft of cargo, estate fined £100. Martin Perot, third mate, fate unknown. Nilo, welcome. Good to see you, dude. Fate unknown, findings of merit, extraordinary valour, exceptional performance of duties, estate awarded, outstanding wages and reward £90. John Davies, fourth mate, clubbed by H. Brennan, criminal findings, murder of crewmate 1, estate fined £15. Alfred Clestill, bosun, fate, torn apart, beast, findings of merit, exceptional performance of duties, estate awarded, outstanding wages and reward £70. Charles Milner, bosun's mate, fate, torn apart, beast, criminal findings, murder of crewmate 1, estate unknown, expenses claimed £15. I'm sorry, what is this modern day Britain? You get £15 fine for a murder? Yeah, back in the 1700s. But what's £15 of 1700s money in today's money? Probably several thousand, right? Been here a couple of hours, just been stuck on client calls and doing my head in. I'm sorry to hear about that, date. Henry Evans, surgeon, fate, alive, Africa, findings of demerit. Abandonment of crew and vessel, estate awarded, outstanding wages £50. James Wallace, surgeon's mate, fate, Claude, findings of merit, extraordinary valour, estate awarded, outstanding wages and reward of £50. Winston Smith, carpenter, fate, spiked, findings of merit, extraordinary valour, estate awarded, outstanding wages of £60. Marcus Gibbs, spiked, estate unknown, outstanding wages donated to pension fund, £30. Thomas Sefton, cook, fate, struck, tail, estate awarded, outstanding wages £40. Emil O'Farrell, butcher, fate, spiked, findings of merit, exceptional performance of duties, estate awarded, outstanding wages and reward £40. Christian Wolfe, gunner, fate, shot, cannon, A. Akbar, findings of merit, exceptional performance of duties, estate awarded, outstanding wages for £70. Fate, Elias Wyatter, fate, shot, gun, J. Davies, criminal findings, murder of crewmate 1, attempted mutiny, estate fined £50. Duncan Mackay, I don't even remember, the purser, fate, fell overboard, findings of demerit, abandonment of crew and vessel, estate awarded, outstanding wages £50. Finley Dalton, helmsman, torn apart, beast, estate awarded, outstanding wages £30. Edward Spratt, crushed, beast, estate awarded, outstanding wages £50. So yeah, we don't need to read all of those, I think. They're not really, it's literally just what what we know already. I don't think it's actually telling us anything new. So a preliminary draft of this assessment has been approved for the Royal Trade Guarantor. Total claim 29 grand, 29,260. On behalf of the Honourable East India Company, I certify that all statements are accurate and declare this matter entirely closed. Chief Inspector. Oh, A something something G. Pocket watch remains in your possession. The book returns to its original owner, Henry Evans, in Morocco as requested. But do we find out what happened in the bargain? It's just the report, yeah. 1 year later. Oh, we're going to get a book explaining the bargain. Oh. Coming.
Oh, goodness. What's like this? You know, you shouldn't be out in it then. Right, then get yourself home then. And tell Martha I said hello.
Tell Arthur I said hello?
Can you believe it? A package at this hour. Oh, the thing smells just dreadful. Better you don't open it inside. I'll be turning in now.
No, no.
Tea's in the kitchen if you need more.
Thank you, love. Is it the shell? Chief Inspector, I write to you with the unfortunate news that Dr. Evans has passed away. He succumbed to his illness shortly after receiving your package. He was very pleased with your correspondence and asked that his gratitude be expressed by returning the book to you, along with the means to complete it. As for the three of us that remain, the Obra Dinn is a distant memory and a dreadful chapter in our lives that we wish to forget. Do not write back. Regards, Jane Bird. That's one of the ones that escaped. Is this a shell? A shell with an eerie aura. Oh.
There you are. Collect your things. Where's the key? To that door. Gone. Damn. There's no time. We need to go. Right. What are you up to? Nothing.
Oh, well, why are you shooting the monkey? He was spiked by a terrible beast. Is there a string? Who's that? This tail belongs to you now. Okay. That's a monkey's paw. There you are. Collect your things. Where is the key to that door? Gone. Damn. There's no time. We need to go. Right, in you go. What are you up to? Nothing good. So the monkey's the one that lost the hand. There's spikes here. So I think one of the beasts fired spikes out, and this guy was spiked, I think. Colour me intrigued.
A third shell.
Look at you, breadcrumbs. Didn't they put you in the game? What, the monkey?
Stop, wait! Well, set you free. Give it the shell. Here. Do it. Hoist it out. To the main deck. Throw it over. Lock the door when you leave. Get the tail, boy. In return, the ship. The Obra Dinn. See it home.
So we now know he was spiked by a terrible beast. As was he. Right. Oh, I see.
I'll kill every last one of you monsters. Withdraw the Kraken, or I will kill you all! Ah!
So yeah, he was the captain's steward because he's in here with the captain. But yes, he tried to he tried to threaten and kill the monster.
Call it off, damn you! This
That's no longer on there. It wasn't attached. Okay. Right. I was going to sneeze there. Oh, hang on. Excuse me. Okay, finally going to find out how this guy died. Probably spiked by a beast when he was putting one in there.
What's this? Quicksilver. Herregud.
Was he burned? Excuse me. Scandinavian for Mercury, yeah. Yeah. So he burned his hand. So he burned to death. Or did he burn? Yeah, I suppose he's going to die from the burns, so. Obra Dinn. The final trophy is called Obra Dinn. Amazing. That's such a payoff. Mercury in your bloodstream will definitely kill. Oh yeah, sure. It's really fucking heavy. There we go. There we go. Oh, I can leave now. Okay. Look at that, chat. The whole fucking lot. Yeah. There's another book on that shelf. And some curio. Yeah, that was fucking awesome, dudes. That was really fucking awesome. There were only a couple of puzzles that I felt missed the mark a little bit. But so many, so many of the sort of like subtle clues were so well done. I know more people who never managed to finish the game are the ones who did, so welcome to the prestigious club of 2. Yeah, no, I thought, because obviously, like, I thought, shit, there's a lot of people to solve, but every 10, 15 people you solve, or rather every 9 to 15 people, because you do it in threes, right? So they have to be divisible by 3. Yeah, every chunk of people that you solve makes the list of potential people that, you need to name less. So it sort of tapers off. There were just a couple of things that were kind of a bit obscure. And we got there in the end, but I needed a slight nudge. Only bad thing about this game is that the Danish guy was voiced by a Dutch person. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think the Danish person who's part of the community is currently playing Battlefield as well. So maybe they weren't here to hear that. There's a secret achievement you get if you set it as the captain killing everyone with an axe. Really? He axed everyone to death. Burns or poison. Yeah, because there was somebody else that put their hand in there and he burned to death. That was his fate. So yeah, no, I was thoroughly impressed with that. There were only a couple of them. There were only a couple of clues that felt a bit too obscure to be really sort of fair. A couple of causes of death felt a little bit kind of obscure, but I suppose the idea is you're supposed to use the process of elimination, so I kind of have to, allow that, I suppose. But yeah, as a concept, really cool idea. Murder mystery where you jump through time, but also jump around different places on the boat. Really interesting narrative, because although you piece it together very, very slowly in very small parts, collectively, the whole idea that they were a merchant ship, for some reason, they found some treasure, and fucked around with it, paid the consequences. Everything fucking went sideways, and sometimes it was the beast, but sometimes it was human beings. A series of events where one human being had a genuine reason to attack another human being, but the person that saw them do it didn't know, so thought they were just attacking out of malice. And it's sort of like this chain of people, somebody stabbed some guy in the back, then somebody shot that guy, then somebody clubbed that guy. Yeah, it's really interesting. Really interesting. It's 2022. It only took me 4 years to get around to it. But yeah, Bosh, rewind. Delete. Come on now. But yeah, I was fucking thoroughly impressed with that. So I got all 60 people in 27 hours, so just under 30 hours. So I think that's a fucking good chunk of of game. But yeah, there's 2 hidden achievements. Abandon ship, leave the ship without solving all available chapters. Okay. And loosely true in the eyes of company and crown. So yeah, we could get those 2 and that 100%. I've got 50 minutes before I wrap up stream. So if I start a new playthrough and just go through and select that everybody was axed by the captain, we can get that one. I was 1807, not 17. Sorry.
Company man woke me up. Said you'd need ferry to the Obra Dinn. Not many eager for that job. Seems a bit late if you ask.
I didn't.
What's in the box?
I don't know. Hoist it up in a few minutes.
Hey! Ow!
Cacophony of confusion amidst the chaos of the open ocean. What a wonderful way to put it. Do I have to just get on board and then do I have to go back for the box?
Oi! It's too heavy!
Yeah, okay. Because I was just about to say, do I have to fucking like go around and click on every corpse to get everyone? But I can just go to the crew. I can just go to the crew manifest, right?
It's too heavy. Take it yourself or open it here.
Really proud of what my ADHD riddle brain could just spit out. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, do I have to fucking name everybody correctly? Oh, nah. Not doing that. Okay, yeah, because it's going to be the same each time. Okay, so, but yeah, if I was just to leave now, that will give me that one trophy. I might look up a guide on how because I might have to select every single person manually, which will take fucking ages, so I won't do that now. Oh, maybe I can't. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Cool. Well, we'll call it there. There's only 10 minutes left to stream anyway, so we'll call it there. Let me close that down so I can have the mouse back. And I'll jump you guys over to here where we can hang out briefly. Get you guys all the socials in case you want to follow those. We've got the raid messages. First one is for subs. Second one is for non-subs. Thank you guys for hanging out once again. Truly appreciate you guys. Just quickly do this so I can see. Ooh. The raid message from my own chat though, to make sure I've got it. There we go. Cool. So I need a tab. I can see who's on. See who's on. See who we're going to say hello to. Who have we got down here? Similar to. Let me check the category right. We got in the category right now. 2 people, me and one other person. They are English though. Let me have a look. Yeah, let's rate this person. Let me just check. They're English and they're a fair bit further back. So yeah, let's go say hello to this person. Excuse me a moment. That. There's that. Refresh that. We've got Gat. Thank you for stopping by, dude. I appreciate you. Right, so YouTube. I'll stop the YouTube stream there. Thank you guys for hanging out on the YouTube. That will be my. That's the playthrough. Obra Dinn. First playthrough. Sorry, I've got an echo of my own voice going. But yes, thank you to everyone that hangs out on the YouTube. I hope you guys have enjoyed the playthrough. I know there's 2 more trophies to do, but they'll be really long-winded and pointless, and I don't think that, you don't get a platinum for 100%ing a game on Steam. You only get platinums on PlayStation, so I know on the PlayStation it's nice to pop the platinum on the stream, in the video, whatever it is. But yes, YouTube, I'll end the video there. Thank you guys for hanging out on the YouTube. Enjoy the video. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that social media nonsense. But yes, thank you guys on YouTube. But yes, the next game and the next stream will be Saturday midday onwards. I actually don't know what the game's going to be, so keep an eye out. But yes.